Okay, so I've just been told everything went wrong because we're pro streamers. Hey, thanks a lot, guys. So welcome everyone to a special edition of RPG Short Shots from the Games Tavern on GaryCon Live. We're a gathering of nerdy gamers from all walks of life who gathered together to play Dungeons & Dragons, normally on Thursdays at 7 p.m. on the Games Tavern, but today, it's at GaryCon Live. And instead of our normal game, we're playing the pirate adventure Death in Freeport here on GaryCon Live. So if this is your first time watching GaryCon Live, be sure to hit that follow button. GaryCon Live would appreciate it. But also you can check us out on Twitch at the Games Tavern. So just check us out when you get a chance during the rest of the week. So I invite you to please give them both a follow and check us out. So first, I think we've got some quick announcements for the folks who helped us put together this little event. What do we got?
Hi, yes, we do. We have a big thank you to our friends over at Green Ronin Press for sponsoring today's show. They make Death in Freeport and many other adventures that you can check out for yourself, and we sure you'll love them all. Yar.
What else we got, guys?
You're next.
Oh, well.
I don't think we're starting there, but I think we can just introduce the cast.
That's exactly what I was going to do next. That's on my nifty list of things to do. So if I could get you guys to just introduce yourselves, but tell us quickly where we can find you on social media, then describe your characters that you're playing tonight.
I feel like Brandon should start.
Oh, this is loaded. What's going on?
Good idea.
Cough, cough. Hi, I'm Brandon. You can follow me over at Brandon MFB on Twitter. I'm also on the Games Tavern for a couple different shows, so you can check me out there. But today, on the high seas in the wondrous city of Freeport, I'm playing Jedediah Gobstopper. It's a pleasure to meet y'all. People call me Jedediah, but friends call me Jetty. He is standing at a rousing 3 foot 3 inches tall, weighing in at roughly about 50 pounds. He is a halfling with stark blue eyes, black hair, as dark as the night. He is a wandering sort, left home when he was a young man, went out actually in search of his father, an elven bard by the name of, he goes by the moniker of Old Blue Eyes. He's wandered about quite a bit, and so he's been trying to track him down, but now he finds himself in Freeport among friends. And maybe a few others.
Who'd you like to popcorn over to, bud?
I'll throw it over to Jed.
Oh, well, thank you, Jenny. I'm Jed, Jed Dark Axe to be specific. I'm a 6 foot tall, 6'3", half orc, with some elvish features. You might notice that I have a very particular set of blue piercing eyes and black hair. I'm a wandering sort as well. Grew up out in the wilderness and happened to be looking for my missing kin. My dad is gone. Managed to find a few friends and hopefully I'll find my dad. I'll pop it over to
that is one of the strongest eyebrows I've ever seen in my life. Eyebrow.
What is making you unibrow?
Oh my God, I'm crying with laugh. I actually have tears coming to my eyes. You guys have got like we all went out, but like everybody's trying to top each other, and this is beautiful. Who's next?
I'll toss it over to Jedelia.
Well, hello, hi. I'm Alex. Oh, I'm Alex, and you can find me over on the Twitter sphere at Roll for Alex. Mike, do you want to reintroduce yourself?
I mean, I will. I'll popcorn it after, but yeah, I'm Mike. You can find me everywhere at Mike Rocker 68, Twitch, Twitter, anywhere. Mike Rocker 68. Back to you, Jedelia.
And yes, I'll be playing Jedalia, although much to my chagrin, folks might call me Double D, particularly friends, maybe family. I am a tiefling, average height, blue skin, blue eyes, dark black hair. I try to hide my horns, though, under a big pointed hat, like a witch's hat. I am a wizard, and I'm quite proud of that. And I have recently left my college in hopes to maybe find some closure. My mother was infatuated with a bard, and I'm hoping possibly to find him on our adventures.
You sons of... I just realized what the three of you really, really did. Not only do you have similar names, but you all probably have the same father. This is fantastic. I love where this is going.
Same dad?
No. It's just coincidence that you all have the same sounding names and you're all looking for a bard-like father. Please, who are you popcorning it over to?
You know
Double
what?
D?
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Hi, I'm Rob. I am definitely not playing their father. Um, you can find me on social media at IsRapeSafe over on Twitter, and you can also find me in the Game Tavern's Discord. I spend very little time on social media though. I am playing Beastless. Beastless is well, you guys have known him long enough to know that he doesn't like people to know that he's an elf. He has blue eyes, but his hair is blonde, and that's how you know he's unrelated. Beastless is a veteran corsair who, when Freeport left the war, started making his way on mercantile vessels. However, he is still technically on reserve duty as a corsair, and should Freeport re-enter the war, he would have to go back to service. Beastless is not originally from Freeport, but he's been in Freeport for probably about 50 years at this point.
Okay.
And Anna, you're last. I'm sorry.
I will hold it against you forever. My name is Anna. You can find me on social media as AmberAnna391. Tonight I am playing the Dwarven Corsair Zerka Stone, about 4'10", black hair, brown eyes. Knows perfectly well who her parents are, just tries to stay away from them. And she signed on one day as a deckhand in order to have some adventure and see the world. She rose up to Corsair and fight, and then she is currently a little bit down on her luck. She's just disembarked in Freeport after getting stiffed on pay from her last captain because his cargo spoiled en route. So she's back in Freeport to make some coin, find a new slot, and hopefully ship out again soon.
You're singing to the choir because that's every single one of you.
Yes.
I am Reed. You can find me at Warrior Streak on all the social medias. And I am the DM for tonight. And I look forward to seeing all of you in other things on social media. Be sure and say hi to me when you get a chance. All right, so let's kick off with the beginning. Can I get some Docs music, please, to our tech goblin? You stand on the docks of the great trading city of Freeport. Your journey here was long and uncomfortable. So it's with a sense of freedom that you walk the bustling dockside. Unfortunately, you are not laden with gold or even silver. The merchant captain who hired you had to cut you loose after his shipment of foodstuffs went bad during the voyage. You were supposed to travel to ports beyond, but now it seems you're going to have to fend for yourselves here in Freeport, at least for a little while. As you step off the ship and come together, what, pray tell? Oh, just a couple things you should know. There are some rules about Freeport. Generally speaking, one thing you all know, Corsairs or otherwise, is that there is a pirate code. And the pirate code says you can do whatever you want on the high seas, but don't go against your comrades in port. That means no stealing, no killing, and no kidnapping from other pirates in port. Now, pirates being what they are, and rules being more of a guideline, really. This means in port. So if you go outside the city walls, you can duel all day long, but don't be doing it in port. Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way. Stepping off from the ship, the bustling docks, the seagulls crying out, the salt air hitting your nose, and of course the smells. You've been on ship and uncomfortably so for a little while. The smells of good food, wafting with a fair amount of garbage and waste. hits your nose. And unfortunately, it's actually welcome. As you stand on the pier, you guys gather together and, well, suddenly, as you've walked together, one last thing, gathering a couple of your bags and making yourselves situated, you realize that as you're taking in all this stuff from all over the world, you are now surrounded on multiple sides by a group of men that casually coalesces around your group. And they look rough, scarred, crusty sailors. And they're armed with saps and belaying clubs, or belaying pins to be used as clubs. And the leader of these scurvy dogs is a toothless man with tattooed knuckles who smiles crookedly and says, "You've all just volunteered for an exciting life at sea. You want to do this the easy way or the hard way?"
Well, I mean, not that does not sound like just the most thrilling invitation that I have ever heard in my dear life.
It doesn't.
I'm gonna have to go ahead and maybe see about, let's do something a little different. How about I'll make you a deal? We just got off this boat, see, but we managed to get a little something from the captain. I have in my possession, and I pull out 2 vials of red liquid. I said, these here are worth a mighty fine fortune to the right buyer. They are, in fact, magical potions. I'll let you have these. Y'all can just take them and walk off on your merry way. I'll let you have them.
I'm afraid that wouldn't be good for the old paycheck. Roll initiative, everyone.
Okay, gotcha. Whoa.
Because at about midpoint, Jedediah, I hope the audience can keep track of all these Jeds. Pretty low rolls actually across the board, and Double D wins tonight's roll with a 3 on the initiative roll. So can I get my? I hopefully I've got the combat music out. I'm not hearing it. There we go. There we go. As you become surrounded, you realize there's 8 of them, and there's 5 of you. The first one reaches out to strike at Zerka.
How did
Zerka,
I know?
does a 11 hit you?
Nope.
No?
I have an AC 17.
Okay. Whoa! High dex, here we come. Okay, he swings and a miss. Jedgar Darkaxe. Full name.
Jenny!
Formal full name.
Oh yeah.
Jed.
Are we fighting?
Can I pull out my my great axe?
I think these folks could all use a nice dip there, Jed.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna charge the first one that I have in front of me. Let's see.
Okay. I see where we're going with this. Jed, and Jetty.
Jed,
I see this
Jetty.
now. I love you. I love you all.
I'm gonna charge the first one, swinging my great axe. Not in like any particular, just like, hey, you.
Ooh, we got scrappers!
And we got, yeah.
Ooh, boy.
A con.
You did get one indeed. With that strike, you struck home. What's the total damage there?
Let's roll. 9 slashing.
Okay, well, you pretty much hacked that guy almost in 2, and his body falls into the drink.
I'm so sorry. I'm like, just like very much like, just, I didn't mean to actually cleave him in 2, and as I do, I'm just like,
You don't even get a chance to say that because the other one attempts to club you from behind. Does a 21 hit you?
Yeah, I would assume so. 13 AC, yes, it hits.
Okay, and you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. Not very effective, this one. There is another one that is now attempting to strike at, let's see here. Zerka again. Here we go. As they swing, and
Oh,
a dirty 20 definitely hits.
Boo.
And you take 1 point of glorious bludgeoning damage as they are scrapping hard with you. Zerka, it's your turn to send a volley back. Jedediah, you'll be up after the next 3 of these beasts or press gangers try to put you in. Okay, Zerka, what you got?
I draw a scimitar in each hand and I curse and I say, oh, you guys have some gold that's worth taking off your corpse, lad. I'm only 2 minutes in port and I haven't even got my pay from last captain. I slash at the one closest to me, one to my left.
One to your left.
Yes.
Okay. Make your roll to hit.
Right. Roll to hit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I never roll.
There we
17.
go.
Does it ever hit?
17 hits.
6 points damage.
How do you want to do this?
My scimitar lashes out and I just instantly slash his throat.
He falls down, blood draining from his body off the docks into the water.
I move about this way and I hit number 7 with my second offhand attack.
Bonus attack.
Weapon
Okay.
fighter. Woo!
22 to hit.
22. However, you don't get your. Do you have a 2-weapon fighting feat?
Yes.
Ah, okay. 22 hits.
5 points damage.
Okay. How do you want to do that one?
That one, the scimitar stabs in and it goes right under his breastbone.
Wasn't supposed to be like this. Hits the ground. There's now a panic starting to start amongst these, press gangers. You see a couple of them start to try to leap across the docks to get away, but let's see which one is which here. No. Nope. Well, you killed one of them really good. Okay, so one of them attempts to leap across the docks. That would put them right in front of Double D, Jedalia. Do you wish to... Double D, I should have seen it when it was there. Like Jed, and Jetty, and you were Double D. I should have known. Okay. Do you want to take a attack of opportunity as they leap across the corner there and try to make way to get away from you?
So yeah, if they're looking like they're... Oh, no, please, go ahead.
Okay.
LD!
Yes.
Okay, and then the other one is now running as well. They're literally bowling each other over. Jedediah, it's your move.
Which one was Captain No Teeth? Who was the
That
one
would
who
be
needed
number 13.
number 13.
No
alright.
teeth.
Does he also look like he's trying to amscray, or is he?
He's kind of blocked by you guys. He may try to leap across the docks when it's his turn.
Okay. So I'm gonna run up to him because I'm just a nimble little halfling. I'm gonna draw my rapier, and then I'm gonna go up to him, and I'm gonna say, "Jump in the water, pretend I killed you." I'm gonna try to persuade him to just take a fall.
Make an intimidation check.
Oh, I'm trying to persuade him. I don't
Okay,
want
make a persuasion check. Make a persuasion check.
Come on, we have an
I don't want
advantage. We already lost. We already killed laid into 3 guys in 3 seconds.
I'll give you
Yeah,
advantage
the-
on that.
The
You can be
corpses
very
give me
persuasive with
advantage.
that much murder that fast.
Hold on. 13 or a. Let's go with
13.
13.
Okay. He looks at you, looks at everybody else, gets really wide-eyed, he goes, "Oh!"
Oh, I think the mic got a little bump.
We can't hear you, Reed.
The death was too good.
Yeah, you really got him.
No,
It's still muffled.
I mean just barely.
Yeah, you're really strong.
How about now?
Better, but still not great.
Very weak.
It's coming.
Interesting. Okay.
There you go.
There you
we
go.
go.
Better. That's normal.
Okay. Not sure what happened there, folks, but we'll get that sorted out, figured out one way or another. At the same time, like, as he falls, unfortunately, as you can see, there is a dinghy right there. He collides with the dinghy on the way down. Cracks his skull, drops into the water, and is now face down, just horrible.
Did you like faint at him, or did he literally just do it? Like, were you?
I think.
Oh! Great acting. None of you.
Can I do a performance check to be like if I do a cool little flourish?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Oh, it was on a nat 20. 17.
Oh, that's a beautiful flourish though at a 17.
Yeah. All like big swingy motions and stuff, and then yeah.
And
I stow my rapier, like, haha.
within moments, the rest of the press gangers have all fled down an alley. At that point, you see a gentleman who's kind of standing there in robes.
Are we out of initiative order?
Yeah, you are now out of initiative order. Like, this is over. Like, they've run. They've turned.
I'm
tail.
walking down the docks and kicking the bodies off
Yep.
into the water.
Okay.
Yeah, Jed, it's Operation Swab the Deck. You know what to do. Kick him in.
I put a hand on what's that? I'm sorry. I put a hand on Vizlas's shoulder and I say, Viz, first you plunder, then you burn.
No, not in the city. First, you get rid of the evidence. Then you worry about getting paid.
Also, Zerko, I don't know if you managed to catch a waft off of these fine individuals, but I don't imagine they got much on them.
That point.
I don't think you're wrong. Outside of belay pens and whatever accoutrement they could use to beat people into submission and drag them onto a boat, you guys are pretty sure they didn't have much on them. You probably had way more on you than they had on them. So, much to their unexpected surprise. At that point, as the last members of the press gang flee into the crowds, a young man in robes, smiling, approaches you. That'll teach them to pick on newcomers. Well, excuse me, where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. Straightens out his robes for a moment and says, I am Brother Sigil, or Brother Igil, and I've been looking for people who can take care of themselves in a scrap. If you'll allow me to buy you a round of drinks, I'd like to talk to you about a job. What do you say?
I looked at the others. Well, I don't think anyone would oppose a drink with meeting a fine individual and I assure a fast friend. Hello there, brother. Igil, you said?
I am Brother Igil, yes.
Igil, my name is Jedediah, but friends call me Jetty. How you doing?
Hi, Jetty. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
All right.
We could go to probably the Bildrat down the street.
Lead the way.
Outstanding.
As this
Well-
conversation is going on,
Mhm.
Weasless, I am actually going to go over to the leader of the press gang and check the floating corpse for pouches.
There are none. There's a floating belay pen in the water.
What has happened
looks-
in Freeport? They are not even paying the press gangers anymore. This is insane.
I mean, this guy was probably like, he's toothless. He's hurting. You can tell he looks like he hasn't eaten a lot. Like he's skinny. Like those wiry, tough sailor types who've spent way too many years at sea and is now way past his prime. That's what this guy was. He was making a quick buck, and he thought you guys were a quick mark. Not so much. So you
Just
got
gonna
into the
turn
water,
them
and
as-
then got out of the water. Good to go.
It's gonna turn to him and be like, I think it'd be weird if they were paying the dead people.
Yes, you are correct. Dead people should not be paid. But he was alive before he is dead.
Okay. So, Bildrat okay?
Sounds like a fine establishment. Yes.
One by me.
Great, let's go. He walks you a couple doors down an alley and right into the bilge rat, right off the main drag there. It's not a fancy place. It's definitely a right by the docks sailors kind of place. But it's not, there's no fights going on at the moment, so that's a plus, right? The booze is it's okay. It's better than one would expect actually in a place this close to the docks and for this price. So the ale's not bad. He orders the first round, and as steins are placed around in front of you, he sits back. Says, okay. 2 days ago, a librarian from my temple disappeared. For reasons that are somewhat complicated, the high priest has declined to look into the matter. The missing man, Lucius, is a dear friend of mine. And I'm worried that some evil may have befallen him. I'm pretty sure he's been murdered. I'm willing to offer you 50 gold pieces each, 10 now and 40 on completion of the work, if you can find Lucius or his body and return him to the temple. I will provide you with any information I can and healing, should you require it. I am a priest of the God of Knowledge. Are you interested?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you, by all means.
I was gonna say, I told him, I got scratched earlier. Can you?
Oh,
You do
sure.
something
Hold
else?
on. I can tell you're going to need something special. Hold on a minute. And he takes his fingers from his beer, puts them in there for a minute, and then just wipes it on your cut, your scratch. There, all better now. Your owie's gone.
I dip my fingers in my beer and I'm like,
See? For small owies, that works just fine.
Jetty.
I mean, yeah, you'll be fine, Jet. Of course.
You can cast magic on yourself now.
I don't appreciate you talking down to my associate, but I
Oh
do
no,
believe
no. It's all in jest. Look, to try to even heal that scratch would be pointless. It'll be gone by tomorrow, knowing him and his constitution. However, if it makes him feel better, is it really hurting him?
No, you know what? Exactly. Here, Jed, go ahead and have one of my healing potions, and I hand him one of my vials of red liquid. Red liquid.
thanks,
Here, grab
Red.
that.
I put it in my beer, and I just chug it.
What is this red liquid?
It's just a vial of colored liquid. It's one of my beginning utensils, things that I can have just in my stuff. There's
Okay.
10 vials of just colorful liquid. Well, I don't see any of us leaving the table here, so I do believe that we might be able to find your missing friend Lucius, you said.
It would be absolutely wonderful if you could help me. And more
Where was your
importantly,
friend when he disappeared?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Where was your friend when he disappeared? Do you have any idea?
Well, if I knew where he was when he disappeared, I'd know where he was. I
Do
don't
you know where he was going? Where he might have been?
One day he was at the temple, one day he wasn't.
Does he live at the temple? Where does he live?
No, I could take you to his house if you wanted to. Let me
That sounds
let me add some more things here that you should probably be you should probably know. I've known Lucius most of my life. We were both brought up in the temple. He became a librarian and I, a priest. But 6 years ago, something strange happened. He seemed to just change overnight. One day he was my friend of so many years. And the next, he was a complete stranger. He asked bizarre questions. He seemed to remember nothing of our friendship. He treated me as a stranger in many respects. And the temple he treated as his personal library. He was just reading anything and everything he could. He would just go after whatever he wanted, which is a big no-no. Some months later, he was caught violating the sanctum, and he was expelled from the temple. Shortly thereafter, he left Freeport entirely and was gone for 4 years. After
I
that
lean
4
over to
years,
Zerka.
I'm sorry?
Said I'm gonna lean over to Zerka and say, it's definitely ghosts.
When Lucius reappeared, it was like he was his old self again. Kind of. He came to the temple and begged to be readmitted, saying that he had no memory of the previous 5 years. Thorin, the high priest, seemed adamant about refusing Lucius's petition, but he changed his mind after a private meeting with him. Lucius returned to the temple, and it was like old times. He was like back to himself. Well, for 8 or 9 months it was like that. Then he started to look haggard. And he told me he wasn't sleeping well. Something was disturbing him, something dark and brooding. But he wouldn't say what. He just started asking a lot of questions about what he had been like right before his expulsion, like during the time when he just was a stranger to me. The high priest talked to him about it, but Lucius just wouldn't let it go. And I grew increasingly worried for my friend. He seemed on the brink of madness, as if one small thing could just push him over the edge. And then 2 days ago, he failed to come to the temple. I went to his home and found it empty. I searched, but I haven't been able to find him. And the priests of my temple deny it, but I know that something has happened to Lucius. I want you to find out what. That's why I'm hiring you. That's why I'm paying what I'm paying. It's all of my savings.
I'm gonna put a hand on his hand and say, I know that this must be a very trying time, losing friends and close relations and all. I hate to do this, but we are gonna need 15. He said 5 up front, or did he say 10 up front?
10.
We are going to
10 and
need
40 on delivery.
We are going to need 15 up front, actually.
That's an awful lot to ask for someone who hasn't delivered.
I mean, it is. I mean, in these trying times, you know, we must avail ourselves of all of our equipments that we will need to find Lucius fine and well and return him to you.
And he looks at the rest of you. That seems awfully exorbitant.
Listen, small man is the negotiator. Don't talk to us.
He has a point. I need materials to cast my spells, should we have any issues. I'm only as good as what I carry in my pocket.
Make a persuasion check. No advantage. Just make a persuasion check.
Come on, expertise. Don't fail me now.
Oh,
That's a 19.
Can you accept 12 gold?
Elbows, yes.
I'm like, come on. Yeah, out of generosity in your predicament, of course, we will accept 12.
Okay, and he looks around because it is the build wrap. Sees no one's really looking, and counts out 12 gold to each of you. So you can add 12 gold to your character sheet. Okay, where do you want to start? Do you want to... get yourself situated? Do you want to go to Lucius's house? I mean, I can take you. It's not too far from here. It's, what do you want to do?
Yes, I believe searching his abode might avail us of some clues.
Okay. You can ask me any questions you want on the way if you have any, or when we get there. I'm just thank you for taking this on. I may the God of knowledge bless each and every one of you. I really hope that you were able to uncover what happened to my friend, and we are very lucky that he is alive and well.
Just to be clear, God of knowledge is dogma.
Ed is in tears right now. I don't know what I'd do if I lost my friend.
So it's good to know when you get mixed up with gods, which god they serve.
Well, please, I mean, do you want to see his house now? Well, we'll have to hurry so I can be back at the temple in time for evening prayers, but I can take you right now.
Yes,
Sure.
yes, take us there now. Okay, let's go.
Go now.
Let's go.
All right, and back on the streets you are. A very short time later, you are in what is the Old Town area. He walks you into what is the Old City. The Old City is markedly more secure. One of the things you noticed that was odd about Freeport currently is that there weren't any city watch, city guard, anything really out in the port areas. But in the Old City, there are. As much as Freeport is kind of known for its dirty pirate past, it did become recognized by most nations as a city-state unto itself at some point. There are now treaties between Freeport and others, but even a city such as this should have much more extensive security than this one does, you'd think. Nonetheless, you guys walk up to a small set of row houses along a major street that are apparently multi-tenant buildings. Apparently, being a librarian in a trading city is not a lucrative job. Lucius's small home has only the ground floor, consisting of 2 rooms. Although there is a basement, most of the main room appears to be cluttered with books, scrolls, quills, ink pots, and other tools of the scholar's trade. There's a cot jammed into one corner and a small desk under the front window. The small back room is part kitchen, part junk storage. It looks like, just with a little bit of moving around, that there is a trap door leading down to the basement. Where would you like to start? The main room, the back room, or the basement? And what would you like to do there?
Go over and pull on the trapdoor to the basement just to see if it opens.
Okay. The trapdoor is not locked. Opening it reveals a staircase down.
He's hiding anything. It's most likely to be here. And I go down.
Jed, my dear man, why don't you
It's
follow
dark.
Zerka?
Downstairs in the basement.
Oh, don't you worry about nothing. You'll be fine. You'll be just fine. Don't you remember? You ain't scared of the dark at all.
That's right. I'm not scared. And I'm gonna like grasp my great axe like it's like a comfort, like a stuffed animal. Just, I can do it. And I quickly follow Zerka.
Okay, the basement is dark. Do you guys light a torch, a lantern, candle, light spell of some sort?
I don't know if it's completely dark, but I have dark vision.
I pull out a lantern and light it. I have dark vision too, but we might need better light.
We have light, yeah, for sure.
I mean, the basement is pitch dark, except for the little bit of light coming in from the trap door. But you light the lantern. Strangely, the basement is actually larger than the house, and it's empty. There are bookcases lining the walls, though, as well as a display case.
I go over to the bookcases. They don't touch anything, but I hold up the lantern and see if there's anything on it that looks interesting.
Make a investigation check.
I'm quickly following behind. Just like back to back.
Oh, natural 20.
Wow.
Someone goddamn hot dice.
That's awesome, but natural 20s give you no extra benefits in a skill check. But it did more than surpass the DC of what you were looking at, which is the important thing. The books on there are
Cool to roll 20, Reed.
the books on there are absolutely different. Like none of them are from the same places, and they do have a lot of different character to them. But much more interesting is that the cases are very recent, whereas this basement is very old. As a matter of fact, the wood has that new wood smell that you get when you've freshly created these shelves, which probably less than a year old.
Kirka, you find something?
The shells are new. Do I see
they're filled
any
with books.
items on the shelves besides the books?
Nothing else, just books. The
What about the
display
display
case
case?
has some more books in it, but you can't make heads or tails. Most of them you can't even read.
Hmm. I don't
Maybe-
even recognize most of these languages these books are in.
Maybe Jenny or Double D know something.
While they're doing that, what are the rest of you doing upstairs?
I definitely wanted to check out the desk.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Absolutely, happily done. 15.
15. Oh my goodness. So that actually gets you some bonus stuff. Okay, so the first thing is that you discover a things to do list, which you can see here. And it has the following on there. Get some sleep, underlined, exclamation point. Talk to Captain Scarbelly. Turnips. Update diary. Examine travel logs. Get more sleep, double underline, exclamation point.
This weirdly seems like something I would have at work.
So sleep is a challenge for this gentleman, but there's some very key information on here. In addition to that, that was on the desk, but the desk had a drawer with a false bottom. And within that false bottom, you find a diary written in the same hand as in that list, that to-do list. But you take about 30 minutes skimming through it for entries. The most interesting ones of which you find here. From 6 years ago. I awoke this morning, frightfully fatigued. I feel like I spent the night in combat, not sleeping. My head hurts and I feel weak. I can't miss work at the temple, and I think I'll confine myself to light tasks today. From the next entry is dated 5 years later. The gods help me. What happened? I awoke from some strange dream to find it 5 years have passed. Egil told me I was kicked out of the temple 4 years ago for violating the sanctum. Surely this is madness. From 6 months ago. Life has resumed a kind of normalcy. I've won admittance back into the temple. My reception was strange, but everyone seems relieved that I am back to my old self. I have so many questions about these missing years, but it seems best to just simply move on with my life for now. If the God wills it, knowledge will come to me. 4 months ago. Egil says that Milos was asking after me again, that he was worried about another episode. Maybe he's simply concerned for the temple, but surely I've sufficiently proven myself by now. My life is mine again, and I'm not giving it up. 2 months ago. The dreams had come again at last night. I don't know that I'll ever get a good night's sleep. I dreamt of cities as tall as the clouds and creatures so alien in form that I can't describe them. Does this have something to do with my lost years, or is this some fresh torment? 1 month ago. It's clear to me now that I must find some answer if I'm to ever make the dream stop. Theron and Milos tried to discourage me. I think they fear what might happen to their temple. A pity to their compassion does not extend to a living being. 1 week ago, I've begun to feel like I'm being watched. I pray this is not a further milestone on the road to madness. I think I'll take my dagger with me in the morning. In a city like Freeport, I suppose one can't be too careful, especially with the pirates in port.
Did Double D read this out loud?
Yes, as I was coming across these that were of note.
And strangely, she sounded just like the DM.
Yeah, your
Fitting the
oratory skills
emotion,
are
everything.
wonderful. Always give me chills when you read such the wonderful works. This one particularly creepy.
So during that entire thing, all you heard was Weaslas going, "I told you, it's ghosts. All along, it was ghosts."
I mean, it's a little bit presumptuous to think that we have some sort of poltergeist we have to deal with, but I mean, I'm not taking it off the table now, there, Viz. Tell me, all right, we're looking at this here. Viz, your company man, tell me, does that name on his little note there, Scarbelly, does that ring any bells to you?
Does that ring any bells? Do I know who Captain Scarbelly is?
Any others?
By reputation, he's a well-known pirate. Specifics? Let me do some checking here. Make a DC. Well, actually, there's no specific DC. The DCs depends on what you get, depending on what you roll. Make a history check.
At advantage, as I am a Corsair.
No.
Okay.
Because news still travels by the speed of ship.
11.
Better than
He's a
that.
well-known pirate. You'll have to
Yeah.
ask around. I mean, he's got a reputation.
That means he's a
Specifics
pirate.
Elude you.
But aside from the fact he is pirate, not much remembered.
Fair enough.
Call up from the basement. You said there were travel logs. Did you find them?
Not as of yet, but hold on 1 minute.
I come
while-
clambering up. Zerka, why'd you leave me down there?
I'm still in the basement. I'm calling up from the basement. I
Oh,
mean,
I thought you
not
said
that
you
far
called- you
away.
got
We should have been able to hear it.
Oh, I gotcha.
Y'all find anything enticing down in the underbelly?
New shelves and books.
Strange. That doesn't seem to actually be. Unless somebody here can read these books, there are a lot of them. I can't even tell what they're on most of them.
Jedalia,
try.
you mind? Please. And while she's doing that, Jed, why don't you give Viz and I a hand here, and we'll I'll turn to because brother is still here, right?
Oh yes, I'm still
Brother
here,
Nick.
standing here. I haven't left the room.
Yep. No, and with the
Oh.
And he's
utmost
making
respect-
sure you're not ransacking the place.
Yep.
Like
Nope.
it
And
is
that's
his friend's
exactly what I'm
house.
gonna. Yep. I do not mean to be indelicate, but we are going to turn this place over to try to find this here travel log. So Jed Vizsla, you give me a hand here and just start like flipping the bed, checking the cupboard. Looking in the
Please just put everything back exactly where you get it once you go through it.
And I
cool.
kind of flip everything. I see him flipping stuff, so I'm just.
No, oh God, please be careful.
What?
Like Jenny grabs a pillow and looks under it, and Jed just flips the whole like box spring just up and over.
Oh.
Hey, Jill, could you come down here?
Sure.
As Egil is looking at this mess, I am going to very carefully turn one of the chairs back proper and give him a wink.
And this whole time I'm looking, I finally decide to ask, hey Jenny, what's a travel log look like?
And Angel just sighs and goes down the steps. Please. He takes one look around with the lantern down there and says, you cannot let them do that to these books.
I'll tell them to leave the books alone, but we can't. I don't think most of us could read these things anyway. I was hoping you could take a look at them. I can't even read the languages.
Yeah, these are a lot of, these are a lot of foreign and ancient texts. I don't know that I've seen any of these before. I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to take them out of here for whatever reason. You know, they're here, but
None of
these
them are
didn't come from the temple.
Right.
Can
I
I try?
Can you tell if they have any sort of theme in common?
No. Half of these, more than half of these, I can't even read myself. What were you saying, Jedediah?
Oh, I was just seeing if I could read them,
What?
or perhaps even see if I can understand or have a guess of what language it might be.
So, you do go downstairs and you take a look as well. And to be fair, both Zerka and Jedalia have a little bit of age on most everybody else, right? Which gives you guys some advantages to recognizing some things that the other folks might not. That being said, this is, I mean, some of this stuff is treatises on titles like The Sundered Empire, Its People and Wars. There's another one called The Kingdom of the Blue Rose. There's another things in here with like scrolls with geographies dealing with far-flung and sometimes locations that seem mythical. Like there's one that talks about the Empire of Varos. There's another one that talks about the orange light, which you don't even know what that means. And that's just some of the titles you can read. The rest of them, they make no sense. So it's a lot of stuff that appears to be on legendary and mythical things that probably are from legends but don't really exist, or myth. If they do exist, it's passed beyond most people's living memory by several millennia.
I think it might just be a collection.
Perhaps he's looking for a source of his dreams.
None of them seem like more new than others or dustier than others.
There's a couple that do seem newer, but they're like scholarly in nature that were recently written. That's things like, you know, The Sundered Empire, Its People and Wars, and then there's another one, you know, like I said, The Kingdom of the Blue Rose. Those are newer, but the rest of them are like ancient. Now there's some pictures in them that are neat, like some, you know, there's like a giant continent that obviously doesn't exist because it's not anywhere in the. You've seen maps of what is the known world. This is a continent that would be like way too close, like right where you're at now. It just doesn't exist, right? So whatever that is, you know, it's like Atlantis or you know whatever those kinds of myths are.
Do we know anything about the history of Freeport? If this
You know what you
continent is...
know that you've already been provided.
All right.
This was your first time in Freeport.
I pat Isel on the shoulder and I say, Isel, how about you take your time with these books? That way, if you're down here to look at them, the others aren't. If you take my meaning.
Who are you talking to?
Isel.
Egil?
Egil. I'm sorry, Egil.
I've done all the looking with you. I don't make heads or tails of it, but
What I mean is, I don't think you want the others trashing these books.
There's lots of like clanging and banging noises upstairs. The furniture is being set back down. It might not be in the same place as it
I
started.
think they found the pots and pans.
Is this it?
I am doing my
Oh, no.
best to put things back where they were, sort of.
Sort of. Yeah. Can we? I mean, have you looked at everything you need to see down here?
I think so.
I just do a standard investigation check to see if anything stands out that might be different.
Everything's different in that room. Like
Cool.
outside of the new shelf smell and the
I'm-
ancient basement smell.
I feel like this is a dead end. I'm gonna leave.
Now, given
given
that
you
I
plenty.
am writing the furniture as I do so, I'm actually going to take time and look and make sure that they did not miss the travel logs, considering that Jed doesn't know what they are, and Jetty may be a little bit busy destroying things around.
No, Jetty is also looking around with a keen eye. He's trying to find out where this guy kept his coin purse. He's probably got a little savings bank just like Eagle does. So, but also keeping an eye out because he probably keeps that with his log book, whatever that is.
You don't find a coin purse. Librarians don't get paid that much. Whatever he had, he probably had on him. You find more scraps of paper, but nothing of any substance. The two that you've already found were already like pretty detailed. Like you got a lot going on, right?
Fair enough.
Well, how
You
about
got your
we
clues. What would you like to start with?
go back to the docks, see if we can find anyone named Captain Scarbelly?
Yeah, you said he's a well-known pirate. What would be the name of his ship? Do we know that it's, does it make port?
This is where I will have to leave you. I hope that you can find him if you're going to go see whoever Captain Scarbelly is. I wish you luck, but I have to get back to the temple and I need to lock up.
Last
Fair enough.
question. Do you know anything about what he was dreaming about? Did Lucius perhaps confide in you?
I've told you everything I know. I've given you every clue I can, and reading through his diary just now, it worries me even more.
Of course. Please rest assured that we shall take care of this post haste.
Are
Are we not doing it now, Jenny?
Certainly, and you see him like just trying to move the bed back to where it was, and not very well.
I'd be helping out too.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
a real concerted effort. Unlike this
and he's like checking, and then the bells start to ring. He's like, I'm gonna be late. I gotta go, and he ushers you all out the door, turns, locks it behind him.
Where can I
One last
find
thing,
you?
as we were going out, the note mentions turnips. Can I check out like his kitchen situation? Like, does he have?
Yeah, there's no
ice
turnips.
box?
There's no turnips
Okay.
in the cupboard, or in the basement where you would hide those kinds of things. There,
Fair enough. All right.
the root cellar, as they call it.
Mhm.
The key here is whatever it is, he doesn't have it on him, and it is what it is. Do you have any other questions?
If we do, we can probably find you at the temple. Yes.
Yes, but if you're asking around, it's probably best if my name doesn't get mentioned. I don't want to look like I'm going over the high priest's head or around him. It would be very bad for me. If you go in there, please just inquire that you're friends of Lucius, if you will, and you're looking for him because you're friends of his. That would probably be something that would allow them to talk to you, but not enough that it would get me in trouble. If you know that you've come to Freeport to see him. if you're looking for a place to stay, if you need to find a place to stay tonight, I do recommend the Scholar's Quill. It's a fine tavern. It's located between Lucius's home here and the temple, and some of the folks from the temple do lodge there on occasion. It doesn't have the same roughness that some of the other clientele have at the other local inns, like the Rusty Hook or the Broken Mug or the Black or the Keelhaul, and it's not as expensive as the Black Rose, which is really there for expensive merchant princes.
Of course, I'm sure we will make our way in this town ourselves. But thank you very much for the consideration, and please make your way back to the temple. You got business to do, yes?
Thank you. And he breaks off immediately, and you see him just dart up the road, make a hard turn out of view, and that's the last you see of it for all intents and purposes.
All right, y'all. We got ourselves 12 gold extra. That's wonderful. Y'all want to keep doing this gig, or should we just walk away?
Is there more money?
Yeah, there's more money. Of course there's more money. Seems like a bit of a inquiring nature. Y'all want to get a room first, or y'all want to check back down at the dock, see if we can't, do we know, just out of like in-game lore, we've heard of Captain Scarbelly. Have we heard the name of his ship? Like Queen Anne's Revenge to Blackbeard kind of thing?
You have not. That doesn't mean that if it was said to you, it wouldn't ring a bell. You just may not remember pairing two and two. You probably don't need to ask around. Maybe around the docks.
All right.
Yes, excuse me. Do you know who Captain Scarbelly is? I'm literally just asking anyone.
You're
who
just
walks
walking
through.
around asking people.
I'm seeing Vizlav do it. I'm doing it too.
All right, gentlemen, perhaps maybe we make our way to a place that might actually know them. Let's go down to the dock. I turn to Viz, and I'm like, all right, and not to Jed, because Jed, I love you. I love you like a brother. You're not great with the money. But money loosens lips, so we got an extra 2 gold there. I'm sure it could buy us a little bit of extra information.
Well, it's not exactly hard. You're just asking around?
Literally,
We said
asking
just restart our
anyone on
bribes
the
as
street,
copper
yeah.
or silver.
Have you ever heard of Scarbelly? And a couple people are like, yeah, of course we have. And then they're like, what are you doing, writing a book? And then they're like, get away from me. You guys are weird.
Does he have a real scar on his belly?
Do me a favor, make a DC, your choice, persuasion or intimidation check for various different people that you talk to. Viz.
Okay.
Or Wizlaz.
Natural 20. Damn.
Well. Yeah. So you know the following. Like, you piece it together from what everybody tells you. The Bloody Vengeance pulled into port 11 days ago. The crew has largely stayed on the ship. They seem edgy, and they are hostile to everybody who's coming by. The ship has a crew of at least 10 orcs, including a brutal first mate. And Captain Scarbelly himself owns the ship, and has killed 29 men in hand-to-hand combat personally. And the name of the ship, the Bloody Vengeance, which does ring a bell. It is a well-known Corsair ship.
It's very good that I do not fight hand to hand.
That all sounds terrifying. Do you think he might be? Do you think he might be amenable to speaking to some folks?
Doesn't sound like the friendly type, if you ask me, but I don't see what other choice we've got.
Let's just be on our best behavior.
Unless you want to go looking for somebody who has sailed with him in the past. But this is probably futile. I imagine they are all dead now.
Does he
Very
kill
well.
them? Why would anybody sail with him?
All right, everybody kick in 2 gold.
Jetty.
Eddie!
What?
I'm just
Like,
saying,
what for?
we got an extra 2 gold bonus. We all chip in 2 gold. Maybe it buys us a nice little answer.
I can't eat answers, Jenny.
Your
My
math's
dear
interesting,
friend,
Jetty.
I'm not giving up like gold until and unless we actually have to.
I'm just saying, I will give it back, I promise. I'm just saying, if we have a bag that we are willing to give him, it's better than all of us clinking in our pockets.
I asked Jetty for a pinky promise. You promise?
He's got me with the pinky promise. I can't say no to him. Ugh. Yeah,
Watching.
pinky
I'm
promise.
watching like a hawk.
All right. Yes, I pinky promise there, Jed.
And like, we'd like very tearfully, here you go.
Making your way back down to the docks, you do see very clearly which dock the ship is parked in. And it's literally moored in such a way that it could leave fairly quickly should it need to. It is backed in, if you will. The Bloody Vengeance is a crudely built orc ship, roughly 90 feet long. The ship is battle-scarred, but definitely seaworthy. And you note that no other ships have moored nearby. The sail is furled, but the crow's nest does hold an orc. Lookout, armed with a short bow and with an arrow knocked. 2 other orc guards guard the gangway visibly, and their scowls and jagged swords are encouraging any passersby on the docks to just keep on walking.
Approach with a hat in hand, and I'm like, hello there. Some coin for your time.
What do you want?
Have a quick question. I do believe that I have the pleasure of being in the presence of the Bloody Vengeance, yes?
What do you want?
Would love to have a word with your captain. We are searching for a friend of ours.
Jedgar Darkaxe. I'm trying to remember all the Jed names. Jedgar Darkaxe, I need you to make a insight check for me.
You got it.
Nat 20, make it happen.
I have a 0. Let's find out.
That is the most insightful man I know.
Yeah.
With advantage, because you're
Sure.
an orc, half orc.
It is what it is. I'm only half.
So, you don't know much about orcs, outside of you being one,
My
but you
mom.
do know this about orcs. If you have money, they don't care, because they'll just try to take it from you. The one thing orcs respect more than anything else is brutality and prowess in combat. If you're not a threat, it don't really matter.
I'm doing my best to posture behind Jetty. Snarling.
Yeah.
Trying to look really tough.
That +1 eyebrow that you've got is really working, let me tell you.
You got the sniffles again there, Jed?
No!
Get
I
out
need
my
you
special Jed hanky.
all to make a combined intimidation check. No advantage.
Do we all roll?
You all roll, and I'm going to take the average, and that's going to determine if you do it. Oh, yeah.
Can I try to deceive how intimidating I am? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not bad.
Okay. Your average was enough to at least get you where you need to be. Thank you. One of them grunts, turns back and grunts, and you see a third orc that was seated stand up that was out of your view from your situation lower than them on the gangplank. He runs out to the back of the ship. Then coming back up from the aft castle, you see a very big orc come out. Not fancy, but brutal looking. What do you want?
We're looking for a friend of ours. His name is Lucius.
I thought we were looking for a travelogue.
Lucius, you say?
Yes, he is a man from the librarian. He is coming about looking for strange things here and there. We have it that he might have come to see you. Trying to.
He was here last week sniveling for an audience with the captain. I told him the same thing I'm gonna tell you. Sawed off.
You want us to saw off your ship?
I take out my great axe. Here's
Make a perception check.
Who's making a perception check?
You, Vizlaz.
9.
You notice that the one in the crow's nest now has an arrow knocked. Not pointed at you yet, but he's definitely ready to go.
I see. You turned him away without giving him any sort of audience then? I'm posturing. I'm only 3 feet tall, but I'm just like big up body, like walking around like, yeah.
Jetty, you're observant enough to know that the guards are now fingering the pommels of their very wicked scimitars. And they're clearly itching for a fight. And it's obvious there's something they're hiding on their ship, all right. But you don't know if it's Lucius or not.
You say astronaut is the captain. So you're not him.
Sod off! Go your way. And you see him walk away and head back in the aft castle on the ship. You heard the first mate. He said bugger off.
Mate.
Very well. Perhaps another time. Bid good day to you all.
Now, I know it seems that you've hit a dead end, but you guys are an intrepid party of smart, mostly smart, adventurers. Okay, some of you are faking it really good. But the thing is, what you didn't see was the captain. Asking around a little bit, you find out that there are times that the captain does leave the ship. Asking around a bit more, you find out there are places he likes to go to eat.
I'm feeling a bit peckish myself.
Okay. I think I do also feel a little bit of the rumbly and the tumbly. I could go for some fine. Whereabouts does this man take his food?
Well, let's see here.
Perhaps that Black
Silly
Rose?
question. I assume a table.
You're absolutely right there, Jet. Absolutely right. I do not know why I try to puzzle things out when I have you here.
Well, apparently,
Always got to be the brains, Jetty.
he occasionally takes his meal at the Keel Hall Inn and Tavern.
Well then, I believe it's time for us to get a reservation.
Are you sure? I could just shoot the guy.
I'd say the numbers are against us there, Vizlaz.
Not that I do not love your ability for violence, but perhaps, yes, it is a numbers game at that point.
Well-
How about plan B?
So you head to the Keel Hall Inn and Tavern?
So,
Absolutely.
So making your way to the Keel Hall Inn and Tavern, you step in, you ask around, and there, seated at a booth, by himself. A orc of some distinction, green-skinned, built, very stocky, wearing a red captain's jacket, silver filigree, tri-mast cap, red bandana, and of course, the jewelry befitting a captain of a ship. Weathered knuckles crack as he begins tearing apart the seafood of lobster and crab that has been put before him. Licking his finger. He doesn't have to work hard because he uses his tusks to help tear things out as well. Anything gets tough to break, snaps it with a tusk. What are you doing? What's your plan?
He seems to be. We'll get a table, just kind of off of where his table is, so we can have eyes on him, but his back is to us.
Why not just sit at his table? Why are we doing this? We have to talk to the man.
The barmaid says, sure. Gets you set up on your table, and you see a wicked cutlass at his side. What appears to be a heavy crossbow as well, and a brace of daggers and hand crossbows already preloaded. Like several hand crossbows just across. He does carry a satchel at his side as well, and a couple other things. It looks like he's ready for war at any point. And by the scars all over him, you can see that he is more than capable of handling himself in any fight.
Yes, Viz, not that the direct approach does not have its own charm and characteristics. I think perhaps maybe a gentler approach. And I will flag to the barmaid and say, what is that gentleman over there having for his beverage?
He's having the hardest dwarven spirits we got. I think they call it the Mountain Fire.
The Mountain Fire. And how much is a bottle of the Mountain Fire?
It's about 5 gold.
5 gold. Perfect. Can we have a bottle sent to his table?
Sure. Absolutely. That'll be 5 gold, please.
Of course. And I take 5 gold out and I give it to her.
She stands there.
Of course. And let's say 5 silver for the tip.
You're very kind. You're very, very kind.
Of course.
10% tip, cheapskates. And she walks away. A few moments later, you see her come back with the bottle, walk over to the table, puts it down. He looks confused at her. She points behind and to the side of it. You see him turn around.
I'm giving him my best crazy smile.
I'm like drooling, licking my lips, looking at. You said it was crab, right?
Crabs and lobster.
Yeah,
Other
I'm looking.
sundry treats as well.
Just like I want it. I'm like considering going and eating it.
He's having the mega seafood platter.
Mm-hmm. Captain's catch kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm sitting and just like looking at any kind of grossness that might be around and very uncomfortable here.
I wave, hello.
Is there something that you want?
Just a moment of your time, if we might interrupt your meal for a brief minute.
And crab.
Please, the spirits are on us. Our gift, please.
You have my attention. Come sit.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Don't touch my food.
Of course not. I look at Jed, just like hands in pockets there, Jed.
You can see that, yeah, he is eating with a fork, but he's cutting his food with a dagger.
Pardon me, I might be a little starstruck. Are you Captain Scarbelly of the Bloody Vengeance?
The one and only.
Of course,
With
your
that,
reputation.
we take a pause. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to find out exactly what he has to say.
Let's see you get out of this. Blast it! This is not over. Die, die, die! This time you will fall before my might. Come on. Yes!
What will you do with a drunken sailor? What will you do with a drunken sailor? What will you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Way here up she rises, way here up she rises, way here up she rises early in the morning. Shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor early in the morning. Way here up she rises, way here up she rises, way here up she rises early in the morning. Put him in a longboat till he's sober, put him in a longboat till he's sober, put him in a longboat till he's sober early in the morning. Way here up she rises, way here up she rises, way here up she rises early in the morning. Stick him in a barrel with a hose pipe on him, stick him in a barrel with a hose pipe on him, stick him in a barrel with a hose pipe on him early in the morning. Way here up she rises, way here up she rises, way here up she rises early in the morning. Put him in the bed with the captain's daughter, put him in the bed with the captain's daughter, put him in the bed with the captain's daughter early in the morning. Way here up she rises, way here up she rises, way here up she rises early in the morning. That's what we do with the drunken sailor, that's what we do with the drunken sailor, that's what we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning. Way here up she rises, way here up she rises, way here up she rises early in the morning.
And we're back. Hey, thanks a lot for watching us here at GaryCon Live. If you haven't had a chance, be sure and check out GaryCon Live. Hit them follow. And then if you get a chance, hit the Games Tavern on Twitch as well and give them a follow because that's all of us. Okay, and kicking off, Brendan, you want to mention our sponsor that help us put this particular show together?
Yes, of course, and I will put in my proper high seas affectation. Welcome and a big thank you to our friends over at Green Ronin Publishing for sponsoring today's show. They have made Death in Freeport and many other adventures that you can enjoy. Then we know you will love them. Please, thank you so much for this wonderful swashbuckling shenanigans.
I will not be doing this announcement in my accent because I want you to understand what I'm talking about when I tell you that on April 4th, The Fate of Shantufi is going live on Kickstarter. This is Luke Gygax's Okarim World. You can go to ks.gaxwork, GAXXWORX.com to sign up for your notifications and updates. This will be Luke and Matt's final Kickstarter campaign for the Shantufi series, so you don't want to miss out on the launch.
Remember, everybody, GaryCon 2023 might be winding down, but there has never been a better time to follow GaryCon on Facebook and Discord. For all your GaryCon needs, be sure to join the community so you don't miss anything. And don't forget to follow GaryCon Live on Twitch. Like following the Games Tavern, it's free and it supports the show, cast, and crew.
All right. So, transitioning back to where we were, as the crew were in the, if I recall correctly, they were the, where were they at? They were at the keel hall. Keel hall.
Scouting up the orc captain.
Yep. And the orc captain was talking to him, and you had just said you have my attention.
Yes. I'm sorry to bother you again, but we are looking for a friend of ours, and we were told that perhaps he sought you out.
Pops the cork on the bottle, smells it for a minute. Would you have a name?
Yes, he's a bookish fellow by the name of Lucius, yes.
Yeah. I recognized him right away. He has indeed been on the Bloody Vengeance. Some 4 years ago he was on it. He bought me a drink and asked me a lot of questions recently when he bumped into me here. Questions that seemed odd. He was asking about, what he did during that time he was on the ship, which is really weird because he was there the whole time. But he paid me a handsome sum when he traveled with us, so he could observe us and take notes. Yeah, it was strange, but his money was good. And he stayed out of the way during fights. And after a few months, 4 years ago, gone. That was the last I'd seen of him until he bumped into us a few days ago. I have a note from him here. It says, he unfurls it, he goes, Captain, my name is Lucius, and I believe you know me. I'd like to talk to you about my time on your ship. Please tell your mate to let me aboard next I call. That's it. That's what he tried to reach me at the ship, but of course my mate wouldn't let him on.
Did your mate not recognize him from his time, or is your mate a new hire, a recent addition?
He's relatively recent in the last 2 years. Not everybody makes it.
A grim truth, to be sure.
Takes another succulent bite of lobster.
You know why mate didn't let him on? Seems a fairly harmless man.
You telling me how to run my ship?
No, not at all. I'm just curious if you knew why your mate decided to. It seems if you'd had dealings with the man before, and then this seems harmless. It seemed odd to me. So
As I said, my mate didn't recognize him.
fair enough.
Did he at all mention perhaps about where he might, a place you might reach him if he gave you this here parcel?
Parcel?
The note, I mean.
No, I assumed he would come back to the ship to look for me. But he bumped into me here, what, a day or two ago.
Did he seem well when he bumped into you? We have it on authority that he's been acting a mite bit skittish as of late.
He seemed very disoriented about what had happened while he was with me. And with that, your time is up. I would like to enjoy my dinner without further questions.
I have a question.
God.
You need all of it?
Excuse my friend here.
Puts his knife in the lobster and moves it closer to him. Yep.
Well, I think we'd better
I
be going.
recommend-
Taking up enough of the good captain's time.
Take in your dinner elsewhere.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time and your gift of knowledge to us. It was the other night you said that you bumped into him?
About 2 nights ago.
2 nights ago. All right.
Thank
you very much.
That just to the sake of clarity. 2 days ago, he caught me when I was having lunch. High noon. Now be gone. My patience wears thin.
Of course. Please enjoy your supper.
And he's cutting. You step back. You step back to your original table.
Yes. And I see Jed's drool trail is getting a little bit in the long lane, so how about we order a little bit of supper and we discuss what we have learned?
I thought you'd never say that.
But yeah, all right. So what do we know? He was here. Talked to him. Also skittish. He's missing time.
Lunch 2 days ago. Do you think that there's a fur after he officially disappeared?
Hard to tell. He
It just
didn't
said
show
he
up.
disappeared 2 days ago, but I don't know what time of day. It might have been morning, it might have been evening.
It's quite possible. Double D, what do you think?
Great question. I guess honestly, Alex, I'm still trying to piece it together. It's odd that he didn't let him on board, right? Like didn't recognize him. That's odd.
No? Not if he was on board 4 years ago and this first mate's only 2 years old.
I mean, they were acting a mite bit suspicious themselves, but it could be as simple as a mistiming. But then if he, bumped into him here and now, I mean, I think then they probably resolved that part of the issue.
It's definitely ghosts.
I'm starting to believe there might be ghosts.
Okay, I don't want us to put all of our eggs in the ghost basket because it would probably fall through, but let us think about it.
Well, all right. So if he left town, possibly, we could check dock logs, ship logs there, entry, exit. Maybe, possibly.
Do we think at all perhaps he gave the logbook to Captain Scarbelly? Safekeeping or something?
Do you want to ask him?
It's hard to say for sure, but based on the conversation, the captain seemed fairly forthcoming. I wouldn't. I think if we'd given the captain something, the captain might have said something about it.
We gave him spirits.
All right. Okay. I will. All right. Put on my best attire, and I will approach back to Scarbelly once more and say, apologies. I just had one follow-up question, and for which I am happy to oblige you with. And I pull out a red-colored vial out of my pocket and say, "This here is some seasoning from that I've picked up along my travels. It is from an old bay. It is said to make seafood taste simply sublime. Would happy to impart this. I'm holding it, but also a gold coin. And just one last question.
You see that bottle you put in front of me?
Yes.
That bottle will cost you over 5 gold. Or at least
Yeah.
5 gold. That's what it takes to ask me questions. Your time is up. And I'm going to finish my meal relatively unimpeded. Unless, of course, you want to buy me another bottle. And he goes back to eating and just not even looking at you.
So you just kept that book for yourself then? I look at him and I'm just like gauging his reaction. You flinch at all? Nothing.
Nothing.
All right, easy. Well, that is a tough egg to crack there. Unless y'all want to buy another round for him, I think we are at that end.
I
Bet I
agree.
can crack the egg.
I don't know if that's the right attitude, Jed, but I admire the spirit.
Let's order some dinner and get out of here. I think we're done from.
Can I just ask around a little bit, because
Jed's
he
starving.
came he-
If you do not put food in Jedgar's face
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now, he's going to go ballistic right now.
let's get around to Brett. Yeah, Jed, you got money now. You order what you like. Try to keep it, you gotta pay for a place to sleep too. I'm gonna mosey around the bar and just try to talk to some folks because Lucius came here around, and so he probably talked to some other people while looking for Scarbelly. Anyone else I talked to mention Lucius, bookish fella, acting a little bit skittish.
Nope. Nobody knows anything. You get the
Really
feel
not.
that, you're asking in a pirate bar, basically. That, one, coin is the only thing that's going to make anybody talk in here. And even then, like, if they think it's going to come back to get them, they're not going to say a damn thing. That being said, it does seem like a lot of people have no idea who this guy was. Like, he did not hang out in this place. He was not a known person. And most people look away when anyone's sitting down with Captain Scarbelly.
I'm flagging down anybody who will serve me.
If you want to ask any other questions about Scarbelly, that's a different thing. But Lucius, you're getting nothing. All right, the waitress or the barmaid is bringing you whatever you want.
Oh.
Captain's platter?
How much?
It's a gold piece for it, but it's all you can eat.
All I can eat?
Yeah. You still have
Y'all
to pay
remind
for drinks separate, but yeah.
I'll take one.
Okay.
I turned to Double D. I said, "Oh, sweet Lord, I think we're probably going to have to find rooms here if it's all he can eat."
It's probably
Well-
best to just regroup anyways.
They literally bring out a platter almost like 2 minutes later. Like, they make this stuff constantly for people. They put it down in front of you, and it's buttery and salty as hell.
It's delicious.
They charge less for the seafood because they know you're going to order drinks to wash down that.
Oh yeah.
and it is not subtle on the salt and spices. Yeah, so you can avoid paying exorbitant drink fees right now if you wish, but you're gonna have to make a Constitution check, or else you're gonna have severe heartburn or worse.
Well, I'm
that you'll
paying for
fall
drinks.
later. Okay.
I have coin and I don't know how to save it. So
Okay. So 3 gold later.
Oh boy.
Because he ordered literally a couple bottles of this, that, and the other to just wash it down. And he is indeed filling up. The chef has actually come out twice and has looked and went, and then goes back in. It's like, how is he doing this? What's that? Which translates basically to, how the hell is he fitting all that in? Are the rest of you ordering food as well?
Yes.
Okay. Light snacks. Everybody eats. Everybody finishes eating. Jed finishes last, of course, even though he started 10 minutes before everyone else.
oh yeah.
I look at the
while-
others and I say, so what do you make of this? Apparently Lucius was observing these orcs on the ship, taking notes. What do you make of that?
I mean, he seemed to be in some sort of fugue state, not in control of his own body, or perhaps then he, a bout of amnesia and he lost it. But I mean, it's hard
Yes.
to tell.
He was half dead, like a ghost.
Yeah, I believe by definition a ghost is fully dead. Not to, correct. Can I then, just with, while Jed gets, tray after tray brought, the waitress that I bought the pooch from, can I, hold up, do you often work here? Were you here 2 days ago working the lunch shift, perhaps?
7 days a week, 12 hours a day, sometimes longer.
My goodness, what a hard-working woman you are. And I put my hand out to shake it when put 2 gold in her hand. And say, now, you were working the other day. There was a man who came to talk to Captain Scarbelly. You recognize that man? Do you remember that man?
Yeah, there's a couple people that went to talk to Captain Scarbelly. There's a young, bookish guy who came in later.
Okay.
There's another guy in gray robes who came in before that, but that was a different thing, I think. I'm not sure what that was all about, but yeah. But then the talk was 5-10 minutes, and then he was gone.
Okay. And that bookish man, who he is a dear friend of ours, we are trying to find him. Apparently, he has gone missing. Have you seen him any time since then?
No, I can't say that I have.
Did you happen to, you running around all over this place, keeping everyone satisfied and well fed, did you happen to hear anything that they might have talked about? Just between us, of course.
I can say that I really didn't. My job is to take orders and get the hell out of the way. And she looks around and goes, "This ain't exactly the clientele you want thinking you're listening in on their conversations unless you want to wind up dead in the alley next door."
Of course. And this man, he leapt quickly after their conversation.
Which guy? The guy in the gray robes or the bookish guy?
The bookish man. His name is Lucius.
After his meeting? Yeah, he did. Just coincidentally, you see Scarbelly get up, put down his napkin, drop a gold piece on the table, and walk right out the door.
I'm sorry, my
he just
dear. I did
left
not
just
get
like
your name.
Scarbelly just did then, just right out the door.
Yes, I see that. Thank you so much. What was your name?
Salucia.
Lucia. It is an absolute pleasure. Sorry to keep you from your duties. I turned to the others, it'd be dumb to follow Captain Scarbelly, yes?
Yes.
Indisputably.
So that's a no on doing it, or is that a yes?
Yes.
It's a no. Don't do
Reed,
it.
what
No.
color robes was Idril wearing?
Igil was wearing robes of his order, which are not gray, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
All right. I suppose then we won't follow. I don't suppose we see any gray-robed individuals here in the bar, do we?
No, but you were keenly interested the minute you said that, just because I knew you would be. Nobody
course.
ray-robed at the bar.
I'm just trying to paint myself a picture with your words there, DM.
That's absolutely true, my friend. I know
yes.
your glory when you do that. Yes.
Do gray robes sound familiar as belonging to any sort of order or temple in Freeport?
No, but there's any number of groups that might wear gray robes as part of like their. It's not necessarily an orders thing. Gray robes are like, clothing that people wear sometimes. Priests may wear them. Wizards may wear them. People who are just going grocery shopping may wear them. Unless there's some other detail, you got nothing else to work with.
Mm.
I
Well,
am
if I
hearing that maybe we should go back and investigate the ship.
Oh,
Uh,
the bloody ship.
That was last unit army. How do you plan to get on?
With
It's,
many arrows
roughly
in
4
orcs.
p.m. now, by the way.
We know that the ship does not, the crew, or the captain himself disembarks. The crew mostly stay aboard. So perhaps, a stealth mission in itself does sound, entertaining, but maybe not the best. But,
Your
it
ship
did
got a spell of
seem,
invisibility. I don't see us getting on that ship.
we could try to hatch a plan, perhaps.
What plan? Shoot orcs. Eventually there will be no more orcs.
I don't know if you read the
Hold
rule
on now.
sheet. No one's gonna shoot you, Jed. Of course not. No.
Not talking about Jed.
Would you like to shoot the orcs first? Perhaps at some distance from the rest of us. I don't plan to get shot in the head on a fool's errand.
So, you know a few things about orcs, and you know they're tough as nails. And you know a lot of things about yourselves. And you know that there's 10 orcs at least on that ship, one of which has killed 29 people in armed combat. And personally. What you do know is, you don't know how many it would take to kill your party, but you're pretty sure that unless you have something very clever, there is more than enough to destroy your party. Right now.
Different plan then. Consider this. We don't know what he was reading. We could go visit the library where he was ex-nayed, and perhaps we can figure out what he was reading that might have lent towards a madness.
We also talked to the high priest. He must know something. You remember, Igil told us that the high priest let Lucius back into the temple after a private interview. Lucius probably talked to the high priest about some of the things that were happening to him in the last month as well.
All right. We also we can step in unless you all feel a certain familiarity with this establishment. We were told that the Scholar's Quill Inn is a respite for certain members of their order as well, and also has good rooms. So if we would like to stop there, inquire about lodgings for the evening, and then ask around, see if we might see a fellow order member on our way
Yeah.
to look in these books. Yes?
So
I
what's the
said
plan?
that's a good idea.
Thank you, Jed. Always good to have your seal of approval. All right. Shall we adjourn to the Scholar's Quill then?
Yes, anything to escape from the pressing boredom and lack of certainty that we have, except that we know it exists.
I'm not gonna take it from you. I'm gonna keep my options open, but by all means, a specter for you.
Okay, so you guys make your way to the Scholar's Quill. It is a reasonably nice inn. It is reasonably priced. It is secure and safe feeling. It is somewhat cozy. It is not a tavern. It is an inn. It has some it does take care of meals and food for the people, but it's not a tavern per se. It has eating areas only for the people who are staying there, and for only a few silver a night, or a gold piece for all of you. There is rooms for all of you to stay there. And they take care of breakfast at 8 a.m. and dinner at 5 p.m. You get there in plenty of time to get yet another dinner for Jed, so that he can have yet another dinner. And then you guys make your way in to your rooms. They're reasonably nice. They're not luxury or anything off the charts, but it is a reasonably nice, clean room.
Wonderful respite from the treacherous voyage that has brought us here.
The keep there is a nice lady. She stays there with two of her help, which also stay there with her, and they run pretty much their ship, and then they run their shifts, and then they go to bed at night, get up in the morning early, go to sleep late, taking care of all their guests. And that's it. There's not a lot of there.
All right. Then if there's nothing much, set down our belongings and move on to the temple.
So when you set down your belongings, what are you leaving in your rooms?
All the old clothes, traveling clothes.
Bedrolls, that kind of thing?
That kind of thing.
Stuff that's heavy but not valuable.
Okay. We'll keep it reasonable then. All right. You can see the temple just a few blocks away. It is an impressive structure, to say the least. You make your way to it. Its vaulted frame is soaring up over 100 feet. Large bronze doors stand open, revealing a tiled atrium within. Statues of the god of knowledge indicate that this chamber is the center of worship. But balconies lined with books reach all the way to the frescoed ceiling, and this place appears as much library as temple. And the rows of silent scholars working in the balconies attest to this fact. Amongst the very robed priestly types and scholarly types, as they move about, one realizes that you guys don't quite fit in here and are looking around like you have no idea where you're going next. A young man approaches you. He introduces himself as, "I'm Norton. I'm a temple novice. How can I be of assistance?"
I nudge Double D. These are big brain talks, and we need big brains to answer.
I grunt a hello, like a Nort.
Yes.
Hi. We would like to speak to someone who maybe not a novice. No offense against you, of course. We just need to speak to someone who maybe did the hiring or firing or intake around here.
I think for our friend Lucius.
Also him.
You take us to him.
I don't know where Lucius is. He hasn't. I mean, I know of him, but I heard he hasn't been here for a couple of days. But hiring and firing would be the High Priest Durin. But I can't take you to him, but I can take you to Milos.
Oh, we can go to him.
Huh?
Who's Milos?
Milos is his I guess you'd say his right hand man. He's the high scholar.
Okay, well we can work with this.
Okay. And he takes you to the high priest's office, which is one level down. And there you are passed to Milos, a slight man with horn-rimmed glasses, who works very closely with Theron. And he stops you at the atrium before you would even get past the high priest's personal doors. Ah, what brings you here?
We are inquiring after Lucius. We heard that he disappeared recently.
What is your business with Lucius?
Not friendly,
Friend
purely
of ours.
professional. Oh
We're looking
God.
to see him.
Dear friend.
Ah, are you all together?
Yes.
Not the
Okay.
other guy. I point to the
Unfortunately.
guide.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Very confusing, indeed. Well, I'm afraid I do not know where Lucius is. He has not been here for 2 days.
You know anything where it might be? It seems a little odd, not coming to work for 2 days straight. Aren't you concerned about him?
I don't have time to track down every scholar who decides to go on a bender and doesn't show up for a couple of days. I'm sure he's sobering up somewhere.
We're quite sure he's not.
That's great. What do you want me to do about it?
Look for your man. He's a man of your temple, is he not?
I'm sorry. Who are you? And why do I care?
Because we're looking for a man who works for you.
Okay, great. But
We're not
go
asking
find
you to
me.
care about us, we're asking you to care about your man.
What my associate is trying to say, we are all very worried about our dear friend Lucius. We are trying to find him. I wonder if perhaps maybe something he was looking into might provide some insight into what exactly he. Perhaps something, maybe it led him somewhere and we might find it.
Maybe ghosts.
Look, Lucius is an excellent librarian. He has made several poor choices in his time. He was away from the temple for a good 4 years at least, but returned last year. But like I said, he has not been here for a couple of days. I do not know where he is. He appeared increasingly strained over the past several months, and he began asking some very strange questions. The high priest himself had to talk with this man, but he seemed to do no good.
We perhaps ask the high priest what he said with this, Lucius.
Lucius has been very lax in his duties as of late. Thoron warned him to be more diligent. The high priest told him to forget the past and concentrate on the present. The events of 5 years ago are best forgotten by everyone.
The events of 5 years ago.
Did you... Okay, DM stepping back. Do you not remember that he was told that he got kicked out of here, or he lost
No,
it?
no, I remember perfectly well. I'm trying to
Okay.
see if this guy will talk about it.
I'm afraid that I would be overstepping if I was to speak of those events.
What?
Would it be possible to arrange a meeting with the high priest for, say, a manner of donation to your wonderful temple?
I'm afraid such a meeting is impossible. The high priest is extremely busy planning the dedication of the lighthouse of Drak. He cannot be disturbed. However,
The
I am
big tower?
Thoron's eyes and ears around the temple, and you may ask me your questions.
He's the high priest is helping with that big tower?
Of course.
When is the dedication? Just out of curiosity.
It's just a few months away.
The tower is haunted, isn't it?
Not know, I have not been in it myself.
Is there anything you can illuminate for us, not about this lighthouse, but perhaps about things that Lucius, did he have a particular area of study here in the library, or was he working on any particular projects?
Well, he acquired a very interesting collection of books during his worldly travels before returning. He offered to donate them to the temple as a penance, and the high priest accepted. However, they have not been made public yet. Our experts are still evaluating them and checking their authenticity. They should be available next year.
Could you at least perhaps tell us, was there a theme to the books? Any sort of unifying subject?
I'm afraid not.
He doesn't seem very helpful at all.
Being as helpful as I possibly can be, considering the questions. I am telling you all that I am allowed to, or in some cases can tell you. There are some things that we are not going to share with you. I'm sorry. It is private, like the books themselves. That is part of our knowledge. If I was to share knowledge with you before it was authenticated, it could make us look like liars, and that is not something the Temple of Knowledge is.
Well, we certainly wouldn't be talking about what you showed us. This is, we understand that the information is speculative. We won't hold it against you if it turns out to be mistaken.
I'm afraid that we maintain our policies for good reason. Good luck. Next question. Jedediah.
Next
You have a
question. What do your guard shifts look like?
I'm going to ignore that question. Jedediah, you look like you had a question.
I have a question, but I have a feeling I know the answer. As a fellow scholar, and we'll just say scholar for now. I was sure there's not some kind of arrangement we can make it just me, and we can discuss things.
What did you have in mind?
Just I feel like I have a proper academic respect for what's happening here.
I can see that you do.
Cool. You know what? Never mind. Forget I mentioned it. I'm gonna grab Chet and Chetty. This is a waste of our time. Let's leave.
Yeah,
Wait.
I don't like the library anyway.
Just for my own sake, it ain't for I ain't got much in it, but the whole time he was talking about that stuff, can I do a vibe check on him? Was he being forthright, or was he dancing around certain topics?
Make an insight check.
Yeah. Let's go. Ahoy! It's a 19. What's up?
There, you get the feeling there is something not right here, like in terms of how he's withholding some information. But it's hard for you to tell if it's, something, a little bit alien about this guy to you in terms of like how he reacts to your things, or if he's genuinely, keeping secrets because he has to versus, he just doesn't want to tell you. In some cases it seems like he is following some policies, but you can't tell for sure just what's policy versus him just keeping a tight lid on things.
Then I guess then we will take our leave of you. Thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Finally. Go somewhere more fun.
As we leave, do we see Norton anywhere?
Norton has left the area, but as you leave, you do see Angel, ducking through shelves and looking at things and putting books back into place and everything else as well. And of course, other scholars that you can ask questions of as well, should you wish it.
I would skulk over to Angel, say, we're looking for the high priest, but we are told he is out at the moment. Is he at the location of the lighthouse now?
Well, I'm sorry, you're asking Egil this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, who are you? And you can see him kind of looking around nervously.
A scholar looking for knowledge. If you could point out on this bookshelf for me a tome that I might find. I'm trying to find him.
I don't know where he is.
Okay. We will continue to look.
wish you the best of luck.
I walk over and I just start asking random scholars, do any of you know Lucius? Do any of you do any of you talk to him frequently?
That,
Jed's getting
it
very
looks
bored of
like
the
that they
library.
have all been instructed to keep their mouths shut about
Good.
Lucius.
I'm gonna go leave and like wander outside, just like outside the front for a little bit.
Okay.
Oh shit, Jet! Jetty runs after him.
Okay.
Getting off the leash.
Also following.
Okay. Okay. Following is good. Following is good. With that in mind, what are your intentions at this point? To go back maybe to your hotel and maybe go through the clues one more time, or go looking through the streets and figure things out? I know this is a challenge.
Can I just do a straight up intellect or investigation and get a clue as to where we should go next?
Yeah, go the Mind Palace. Double D always does a Mind Palace, able to suss out the clues.
You can. You can.
Well, do you have a preference?
I would do investigation if I were you.
Investigation? Cool. 30-20.
With that, you think back to some of the documentation in the diary, and you realize that if there are travel logs, by the way, those travel logs are probably on Lucius somewhere, because he was using them to figure out things about who to talk to. The other thing that you figure out is very quickly that there is definitely, it's a bit of an ostracism of Lucius. Like, whatever happened, the temple is not wanting to make a scene of this. They're trying to cover it up to an extent. And you don't have any more than that in terms of knowing that they're covering it up. The why is the question at this point for that. But maybe if you went and looked at some of the documents, there might be something there. There might not be. But the documents you left at your hotel room.
Sure.
Have we found any turnips anywhere?
None. 0 turnips. There were none in his root cellar, and you still haven't seen a turnip salesman the whole time you've been here.
I think we should leave for now. I don't think there's any advantage to us in making too much of a scene here.
Of course. Let us head back to the room. Go over a few things. As we're walking, can I make like a insight check into like Jedediah's done some unsavory work in his past. Is turnips a euphemism for like narcotic of some kind, or is there a turnip salesman walking around these parts?
In this instance, I think it really was a turnip.
Very well.
Maybe in some future adventures there might be some code words for that. Turnip might be one of them. It could be carrots. It could be cocaine.
Y'all looking to buy some celery?
Yeah, I need some extra spicy spice. I don't know. Like there's definitely some opportunities there.
Right, let's head back.
Extra oregano on your pizza. I don't know. Like there's options. So you start heading back. The sun has gone down. Almost. Just as the sun is setting in the west, it's the lighthouse, you start to realize, is no joke that they were talking about. It is massive in scope, and it's on another island just a little ways away. The silhouetting of the lighthouse of Drac beautifully with the setting sun and its dying rays. You're nearly back at the inn, ready for a hot meal, maybe a stiff drink, when you hear the unmistakable thwack of crossbows being discharged from a crossbow. As the bolts fly through the air, you can see a group of warriors carrying yellow shields burst out of nearby alley with swords drawn, and it looks like dinner may have an interruption. Let us begin. Roll for initiative, everyone.
I yell out, "Good job! You've captured them. Well done, y'all."
This one would be a little more of a difficult battle music, if I could consider.
Do you think?
Yeah, this would probably be combat music. Just go straight combat music there, Tech Goblin. Slums in the ambiance there, please. Okay. Initiative has been run. Let's see here. You see a guard run up directly to Zerka, and he's going to take a swing. Zerka does a 20 hit.
Yes.
Okay. With that, take 5 points of piercing damage. Belko is coming up next from behind. You see a strange, I would say, black robed figure pull out their hands and fire a ray of frost at you. And that is going at Jedalia.
Somebody no! Look out!
For Ray of Frost, that is... Come on, Ray of Frost. Show me your magic capabilities here. Oh wait, that's Jedalia, not the character themselves. And hits you. Let's see here. That creates... we gotta see if they hit. So hold on a second here. Let me do this right. Does a 9 hit?
No, it does not.
Okay, well then. You see the wall behind you frost up as the ray of frost goes in. You immediately get out of the way. Vizlaz, it's your move.
I saw who
Or
cast that
Vizlas.
spell, correct?
Say again?
I saw who cast that spell.
You did, and he's got half cover from behind.
It does-
He's carrying a staff. black
Doesn't
robes.
matter to me at all because I'm a sharpshooter.
Okay.
Just gonna go ahead and pull my bow out and
Burn
take a
those
shot
feats.
at him. What's that?
Darn those feats.
Mm-hmm. It's an 18 hit.
18 hits.
Is he flat-footed?
He is not.
All right. It's a valid question because if he doesn't have his ability to dodge, he takes sneak attack damage.
Sure, of course. Can
7
just
piercing.
roll for an arch check.
I was gonna say investigation.
Well, your
Do you have
hit
support
does hit,
issues?
and it does hurt. And you see him immediately switch to mage armor.
Okay.
Okay. Zerka, your move.
I pull out my hand axes and I take a slash at the guy who hit me.
Okay. Swinging those hand axes quickly.
19.
A 19 hits solidly.
11 points damage.
Oh, he's hurting. You got in there. You worked within the guard of his shield, and you got a good strike in.
And I swing with the other hand.
Okay.
You're 22.
22 hits.
5 points damage.
5 points of damage. How do you want to do this?
Basically, I hacked one, and it sort of went in the belly, and then the second one went through the chest.
Okay.
Jetty shouts timber.
Keep telling you! I haven't even been paid! Why do you keep trying to roll us like this?
From there, the next thing is you realize exactly where those crossbolts are coming from. There is someone on the roof with a crossbow who is firing at Jedalia. Realizing what Jedalia is, they are not going to mess around. That guard, hold on a second here, takes the shot. Does a 9 hit. You guys are the luckiest.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay.
Luck has nothing to do with it.
A much larger and better armored figure runs up and is going after Jedgar. Long sword drawn. He immediately takes 2 swings at you. Does a 13 hit you?
Meat.
Huh?
Meats.
That means yes. Okay. You take 12 points of slashing damage.
12.
12.
Ooh.
Alright. And then he takes a second swing at Zerka. Does a 22 hit?
Yes.
You take 8 points of slashing damage.
And I'm down.
Zerka's down. The other guard behind takes a shot at Jedediah with a bow.
Can't hit me. I'm so close to the ground.
At a nat 20,
Son of a bitch.
yeah.
They were aiming for the ground.
No, God.
It
It
must have been aiming
skips
for
off.
the ground. You take 12 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, that's good night for old Jed.
Jed's down. Jedediah, what is your move?
Oh, good. I was worried. All right, let's see what happens, y'all.
Oh, I love that you customized your character sheet, man. That's so cool.
I did. I
Yeah, I
do.
get to see that on my end too as the DM, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. Let's see here. That is a big old 8. That's a
That's a
failure,
fail.
y'all.
All right, Jedgar, what are you doing?
Immediately seeing him go down, seeing Jenny go down. Jenny! I just rage, and I see red, and I grab my my great axe, and I just like immediately swing in a circle towards the guy that tried to smack me. This number 6 here.
Oh yeah. Number 6 is a tough beast.
Here we go.
30-20. Yeah. And are you what do they call it? No, you're first level, so you can't attack with wild banner yet. So there you go. Roll your damage.
And boop, 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 boop. And
+2 for your rage.
yes, sir. 12.
+2 for your rage. Okay. All right, and Jedalia, your turn. Is the tide of battle going to change with Jedalia's actions?
Gonna find out. You know what? Let's just go ahead and hurl a chromatic orb.
Which direction?
We're gonna do it to the 2 that are the 2 and 7.
Okay, the 2 behind you. Okay.
So I need to make a ranged spell attack against target.
And from your position, they do not get cover.
13 hit.
13 does not hit the one with mage armor, but it. Oh, and the other one has chain shirt and shield. So no.
All right. Cool. Just threw a diamond for funsies.
Which diamond do?
Oh no, it is part. It's one of my materials for
Oh,
my
okay.
orb.
Okay.
Dang guys, I want to run real bad, but I'll stick it. We're in it to win it. Oh, okay, I guess. Yeah. My action was to cast spell, so I can't go up and revive our friends.
Do any of you have healing potions on you?
No.
Oh gosh.
Not legal ones, so they might not be working properly.
Roll a d20. If it's above 10, it works. If it's below 10, it fails.
they're discount ones. They came from the outlet store.
They're expired. They might work.
From the Gnome Depot.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. The next guard appears to be very confused and runs up to Vizlaz. He takes a swing. However, he rolls a 21.
That'll hit.
That doesn't hit.
Okay. And you get
His lava's goes the whole time. It goes right through.
1 point of damage.
That's why he's so obsessed with him.
He was
Okay.
the ghost all along.
The real ghost was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, so we've already won in essence.
All right, and okay. Next turn, the robed figure pulls out some copper wire and immediately steps behind the wall. The one with the bow takes another shot at Vizlaz. It's changing target suddenly. Oh wait, no, it does not. Vizlaz, it's your turn.
I am going to disengage,
Mhm.
and now that I have an angle on this mage again, I am going to shoot him. Because Vizlas knows the most important lesson of the streets.
Kill the
Who'd you kill?
spellcaster first.
Geek the mage. 18 to hit.
18 hits.
4 piercing damage.
Yeah.
Ah! He gasps. You see him take an arrow out of his arm. He's not a very happy camper. Zerka, your move.
Well,
Don't worry, she's gonna roll a nat 20 right now and be right back
20,
in it.
20, 20.
Right now.
Come on.
well, at least it's positive.
16. All right,
Oops.
well, that's a save. That's a save. That's good. Let's see here. What is one of those ranged healing spells? Yeah. So you see a shadowy figure from around a corner in the direction you were heading in the first place peek around, and at that point, you see them mutter something out loud and then duck behind the corner. I need Zerka to roll a d4 for me. And then add that to their hit points because you've just been given a little bit of healing. So
One.
you've got 1 point.
That's all you need.
Reed, since my would it be possible to use my second win now?
No, when it's your turn, you can.
Damn it.
Uh-huh. But at least you're back
Just
up
play
and
dead. Play dead.
Yeah, I stay laying dead.
running. The guard with the crossbow is immediately taking another shot at Jedgar. And being opportunity. They apparently have missed with a
Ah.
3.
I like quickly give him like the nastiest look.
The one that took down Zerka is now looking at you and says, "You're gonna do this the hard way or the easy way?"
To me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm raging. Words don't exist to me anymore at this point.
Okay.
I just full on.
He's taking a swing. And misses with a 3. And takes another swing. And misses with another 3. Okay, this is your lucky day, pal. The archer from behind is taking a shot at Jedalia. And hits with a dirty 20. And gives you 3 points of damage. Piercing damage as the arrows. Ah!
Owie.
It is an owie. Jedediah, your move.
Don't worry, y'all. Nat 20 coming down the pipe. Gonna be ready to shoot. Here it is. It was close. It was a 15. Oh, that was initiative. Sorry, that was not the death throw. Hold up. No, that's a 2. That's a big, not good there,
It's
y'all.
not a 15.
Nope.
Okay. The other person comes back, immediately takes a look, screams the same thing. Roll a d4. Jetty.
It's a 4.
You get 4 hit points back.
Oh my goodness.
The guard with the crossbow takes a shot at that person who ducked behind the corner and misses. The main guard immediately shifts over to go after Jedgar again. 18 hits.
Yep.
You take 7 points of slashing damage.
I'm gonna use my relentless endurance to stick to 1.
So you get stuck hard, and then you just, I'm not down yet. What do you
Again, it's
say?
just a
How do you say it when you say
yeah, and I like it. Like I said, it's just primal grunts at this point. I brain
So the
function
Jed
wasn't
has
there.
the Jed has faded away to half orc Jed.
Oh yeah, like I said, it's all red.
Okay, so you're at 1 hit point. You are not down. The archer from behind takes another shot at Vizlaz, seeing that he is now shooting. 22 hits.
Mm-hmm.
However, you only take 1 point of piercing damage. Damn, you guys are getting pretty lucky on some of these. Jedgar, this guy has stuck you. You have 1 point left. You're pretty angry.
I assume when he struck me, I kind of like went down. So I'm gonna not on a knee necessarily, but like it took me down. So I'm gonna quickly get back up and just swing my great axe straight down towards him. Not great.
Not great indeed. Remember, as for those of you playing rogues, when anyone else is in contact with someone, you get advantage on your strikes. Play to your strengths, my rogues. Play to your strengths.
I would if I wasn't dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Jedalia, it is your move.
I'm gonna go for a wild play here. Hearing the you're gonna make this hard, I'm just gonna put my hands up. If you all want to talk, we don't have to fight. We don't have to fight, please. We can do this peacefully. No reason for us to go down.
Oh, we're paid to kill you.
Fine. Ray of Frost.
You're frost. Okay. Who you
Whoever
gonna
said
frost
it
with?
is getting blasted.
Yeah.
Okay.
You-
That would be the spellcaster right here.
Perfect. Never mind. Don't worry
Anyway, I
about
started
it.
blasting.
We started blasting. Yeah.
Started blasting. So Ray of Frost on a hit. Yeah. Oh, okay. A good shot nonetheless. The other guard is now moving towards what is the Jedediah Gobstopper, Vizlaz, and Jedediah or Double D combo there. However, they're going to take a swing at Vizlaz right now. They only get one swing though. And a 6 is not going to cut it. Okay. The other guy looks back and attempts to cast Burning Hands at Double D. So with that, it's a make a dexterity saving throw, Double D.
Nine.
9. The correct answer was 12. And you take son of a 3 points of damage.
Less than that too, because I have fire resistance.
So 1 point, because we round down for heroes, we round up for enemies. This is some of the worst rolling ever for the bad guys. Vizlaz, you're being shot at from the behind. You've got a guy charging into the fray from in front. You have a bow in your hand. What are you doing?
I'm going to step away from the guy who is trying to attack me.
He's going to take a opportunity. Oh, are you going to disengage as a bonus
Yeah.
action? Okay, so he can't touch you.
Yep. And I am going to take a shot at 7 this time. And I'm going to do that with sharpshooter active.
Okay.
So I am taking a penalty to hit.
Here we go.
It's not letting me roll here. Interesting.
It's a tough fight.
Just roll.
Fighting with your inventory.
If you have
I'm not
to.
sure what's going on here.
Yeah, very interesting that it's doing that. Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Let's go!
So yeah. Let's see.
Oh God, with the sharpshooter,
I don't
damn!
think it
With
doubles
sharpshooter and sneak attack.
It doesn't,
It only
but
doubles
that
the
sneak
dice.
attack. Yep, but it's still gonna be a big old plus 10 on it.
It does double the dice
He shoots his heart out of his body.
because it also counted as sneak attack damage because he was engaged.
Yeah.
So
18.
roll critical and double that.
I think he's
Okay.
dead.
He is not dead.
What?
However, it did hurt him badly.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, really bad. Okay. But he looks like he's still got a lot of fight in him. He's bloody, but he's still fighting. Zerka, you're up, but you've been playing dead. What are you going to do? You're in the prone position.
I use bonus action, second wind.
Okay, go for it.
Why did it roll? Oh, one
Because it
d10
heals you
plus
for-
1. Okay. Well, great. 2 whole points of yeah.
Mm-hmm.
3 is better than 0, I suppose.
Mhm.
Anyway.
It is.
With that, I get up and I go for the one that number 7 that's attacking
Okay.
Jedediah?
The guy who looks like the captain of the
or
or
Jedi.
the leader of this group here. Yeah,
Bender.
he's pretty big, dude.
Yeah.
All right, take your swings.
Attack with the hand axe.
Okay.
I don't think an 8
8
will do
misses.
it. 17.
17. Does it just hits? It meets the armor.
Woo! 6 points damage.
Okay. And you're a fighter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jedediah, your move.
I cough up a little bit of blood, and I look at this one standing above me, and I look at my dear Jed, And my dear Double D fucked up on both sides, and I say, "That's my you're fucking with my bread and butter." And I stab her in the ribs. And
Okay.
since Double D is there, that's sneak attack advantage, yeah?
Mhm.
It is.
So we go for the rapier. Not what I'm known for, but let's see what the hell happens. 19 to start.
Hits.
Let's see if we can't get that good old 20 in here. No. So that's
No.
a 19. So that
Did you
is
get your sneak attack damage?
D8. Throw that down first. That's a 9 to start and a D6. That's a 4. So that's a big
Okay.
old 13.
Okay. And you see it drop. Because it was not
I-
expecting that attack to come from that quarter.
Yep. Especially from how low I was. I go like right up in the ribs, and then I stand up and I say, "Don't worry, y'all. I'm alive again." And I
Halfling
draw my hand crossbow in my other hand. Still woozy, but I just got it. Ah!
Okay. And at that, last shot, you see this shadowy figure come from behind the alley again and cast whatever it is. I need Jedgar to roll a d4 for me.
I'm going down to the bottom. E4. Roll. It didn't even roll, but it got a 3.
3 points.
There you go.
3 points of healing. The guard with the crossbow is starting to get a little worried and is shifting position back. The only person that can fire it is at Jedediah, and they're going to attempt to do so. With a
Good luck. You only got
16.
a 20 last time. Yep, that
16
does.
hit.
Of course.
Of course. Oh, and I'm down.
And you take 2 whole points of piercing damage.
Not the prettiest picture I've ever struck.
The guy fighting with both now Zerka and Jed is taking his swings. He swings once at Jed and misses with a 1. He takes a swing at Zerka and misses with a 9.
Phew.
This guy is a terrible leader. The
Well-
archer from behind has adjusted position, and you see him actually starting to use the guy who's casting spells as a shield and starts taking shots at Vizlaz again, hoping for the best, and misses with a 1. What? Why is the DM rolling all these 1s?
Good.
Did you guys pay the guys at charge or something?
There is a Gond.
Yeah,
there is
no,
a
there's
god.
a whole account for that.
Yeah. Jedgar, it's your move.
Same thing. I picked, so the last swing I did, I dropped to the ground. This time, without even thinking, I'm just gonna like recklessly swing it, just straight through, like trying to slash right through his middle.
Here we go. That is not going to do it with a 10 now. You bang into his armor, and he takes it, and he jumps back. Jedediah, it's your move.
All right, awesome. We are going to once more, seeing that the guy is off my back. Thanks, Jetty. We are going to try and cast Ray of Frost on the other spellcaster. We're just trading shots.
You can do it. You can do it.
So I just started blasting.
Just start blasting. 14.
14 hits.
Okay, then. For 7 damage. And not that they're moving a whole lot, but their speed is reduced by 10 until the start of the next turn.
Okay. He's attempting to shoot back. and rolls another 1. What in the heck? Vizlas is your move, or Wizlas, it's your move.
I think I am going to take advantage of the not having to disengage to get on top of this building.
How are you going to do that?
I'm literally going to do it the same way that I do anything else. I'm just going to climb right up it.
Do you have a climb speed?
In fact, I can climb on anything that is ship-like.
Ship
What is a house but a land ship?
It is a land
Correct.
ship.
A
A
land ship, as
Ship-like.
it were.
It
Well,
rides
I'll give
the-
it to you because all houses built here are timber infested. So you
I
just
have
dig
no
right in.
speed reduction when climbing, so technically I have a climb speed.
All right, 20 feet to get to the second story plus the pitched roof. Okay, I'll give it to you. You're at the roof.
Yep. And with my new view on the battle, I am going to take a shot at the big guy who keeps trying to stab Jed and Zerka, because I'm not okay with that.
Okay. Stretching your bow, you take your shot, and nat 20 again.
Jesus.
Again.
I'm getting ones,
Hard
but
out
he
of
gets
his
nat 20s. I see how this works. So I got my 1 nat 20, and that was it for me.
Yeah, 20 points of piercing damage.
I think you made good use of it as the one who was down.
How do you want to do this?
He takes an arrow right through the eye. I mean, simple, serviceable, totally not Legolas like elven archery going on.
Okay. And with that, you hear a yell, "Out! We're done! We're done!" And they take off.
Can we chase?
I was gonna
They
say-
try.
Jed is raging. Jed is going to start trying.
I want to go after the guys in the alley.
Okay, when it's your turn, you can move.
Okay.
So, Zerka, it was your turn. You can move.
I use my action to dash. So 37.
Okay. So you dash to catch those two?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you attempting to attack them?
I'm going to try and tackle number 2.
Okay. Make a strike to hit.
$22.
Nice.
Damn.
You hit, make an athletics check versus theirs.
You can do it.
For once, I have good athletics, which only helps me a little. 12.
You didn't get a hold of them. You did hit them, and you've knocked them off balance, but you did not get a hold of them. All right, Jedediah, your move.
Yeah, I see. I look at Jed, and I'm like, we need answers, y'all. And I'm going to book it for the alley this way. And I'm going to see Zerka's like pushing at one, and I see that archer just nice and lined up. And I say again, it's like, I got questions for y'all. And I pull out my hand crossbow and I go, and can I try to do like a leg shot, essentially? I need a prisoner alive.
-5.
-5. Yeah, I mean, what the hell? It's not like I haven't had bad luck this whole time. Let's see what happened, y'all. Nope, that's nothing.
Misses.
Oh wait, I have
Sounds-
advantage. She's in melee.
I am
Not
in
with the
melee.
archer.
Yeah, she's right there.
No, that's not melee with the archer. She was in melee with.
It's only a 10-foot wide gap, isn't it not? She's in melee with
I mean,
both people that are right
within
next to her.
5 feet.
It.
I'm just saying what it looks like on the map here.
There's a running melee here, and people are
They're
sprinting.
running next to each other. If that archer left right now, would Zerka not get an opportunity attack?
Go for it. Take your advantage strike.
Thank you very much. So that -5, so that's 12 to hit.
Nope. Bounces off the shield. A good opportunity though. Good opportunity. You justified your position beautifully, Jenny, as usual.
Oh, it's,
Um,
I yell at Zerka, try to take one alive. Jed, get in there.
The hell do you think I'm trying to do?
Ah, get in there.
hold on a second here. The figure that comes around the corner, you recognize as Egil. I was about to have to run. That guy disappears. Okay. The archer turns, sees that someone is trying to grab his buddy, takes a shot at Zerka.
Is that at disadvantage because she's in the melee?
It is.
Just did another one read.
7.
Yeah, still isn't hit.
Okay. And with that, it is now Jedgar's turn.
Jedgar is sprinting.
Okay.
He's out for blood.
Mhm.
I see the blood eyes, and I'm like, no, alive, Jed, alive.
And Jedgar is gonna again try to bring his great axe right down on this guy.
There's no alive for this guy.
Maybe. 16.
16. Just hits.
Okay.
That's enough.
9 slashing plus 2, 11.
You kill him outright. You
Yeah,
literally
he's-
just
Please.
right through the skull.
He's too
Yeah.
good at his work.
Boom, boom, boom. Falls to the ground, shield in hand, everything else.
And as I take him down, I want to lift my head up and stare at this other one that Turgis is fighting. Just like,
Urka?
oh, sorry, Turja. Turka.
Who's Turja? If you're
You
watching
have-
Whiskey Magic and Destruction on Thursdays, you'd know.
Yeah, honestly.
All right. Okay. All right. Jedalia, your move.
I'm gonna start looking at the body next to me. I'm searching pockets. I'm seeing any kind of information, identifiers, while they're busy doing that with a live person. I'm just gonna start touching the dead thing.
This person's carrying a shield that's yellow in nature. He is wearing chainmail shirt. They've got, besides a long sword, they're also carrying a short bow and or some arrows and a dagger.
There's no "how's my axing going? Please call my boss" card on him by chance.
Nope, not on this guy. Not on that guy. Maybe if you go look at the guy who was the captain of the guard, you might find something a little more.
I'm gonna move that way.
Yeah. Go ahead and
Well-
move yourself over there. I'll give you the free move on that one.
Okay.
All right. This guy is freaking out. He's running. You're more than welcome to make a opportunity attack if you wish.
Yes.
Okay. Go for it. Make your opportunity attack.
22.
22 hits.
8 points.
What does 8 do to this guy? You drop him.
Wait. Can I knock him unconscious instead?
You can certainly try. Go for it.
I whack him with the haft of the axe instead of the blade on the head.
I want you to make a. That would still be 4 points.
Make a reservation.
I'm going to say that he is unconscious. Not dead.
No bones about it.
That brings him up to 1 point, but unconscious. Need to hit that plus button for the 1 point. He is down. We are now out of initiative order. So things suddenly get quiet. You guys start searching bodies. Anybody need a shield? Because you got them now. You got long swords, not crossbows, but you do have some short bows. and arrows galore, daggers, long swords, should you wish them. The spellcaster in his black robes was carrying a quarterstaff and a dagger. It doesn't look like he had a spell book or anything, so you're not really sure what he was, but he definitely was something. The captain or the leader of this mercenary band was carrying a long sword, a short sword, a heavy crossbow, and also was carrying a giant shield. He's got splint armor on him, or at least what's left of it. But more importantly, he had a note on him. The Black Gull, 1 hour after sundown, 1200 Dock Runners Way, Enzo.
I am not sure who this Enzo is, but I am sure he will be a ghost soon.
One could only hope. Dear Edgar, you mind carrying that unconscious individual? I believe it is. We will need to ask him some questions later.
I'm like kind of shaking off the raid.
Does anyone have a flask?
Where did you plan on taking this guy? Are you going to interrogate him right there in that alley? Or are
Nope,
you
there are
going
too many
to
corpses
drag him
here.
up to your rooms?
Pretend he's drunk. Drag him to our rooms.
Is that what everybody is agreeing to?
Sure. That sounds amenable.
right.
I'll go in first and try to smooth it over.
Blood all over him?
Yeah, but I will try to.
What in the world are you doing?
I'm afraid, dear madam, that this man got into a bit of a bar brawl. Over at the Keel Hall. You know, that rowdy sort of establishment.
I'm so glad we're not like that here. Why are you? Is he staying here with you?
Yes, he is a friend of ours. We found him in such a misfortunate state. We'll just give him a room to stay and be happy to pay for it, of course.
Fine, 5 silver, please.
Of course.
That'll take care
Happy
for the
to.
next 2 nights and the blood out of the sheets that are invariably going to get into them.
We will try our darndest not to. Thank you so much.
And she turns her head the other way and walks away after taking your 5 silver.
All right. That was the last of the little party fund I had generated. But, okay.
Oh,
So what?
there is a dagger as well on Ritoro. Or on the captain. The mercenary captain.
I think take everything. Edgar, my dear man, I think maybe you might benefit from holding on to a shield.
Who was that directed to?
Jedgar.
My dear Jedgar.
But I can't hold my axe if I hold the shield.
I think maybe you could hold it with one hand.
Like very slowly let go.
Okay. As you get this guy situated, how are you putting him into place?
Fucking take the sheets off the bed, wrap them, tie them up. Put one of
You tying him to the
Jedgar's
bed,
old
you tying him
socks
to
in
a
his
chair?
mouth.
What are you doing?
On the floor is fine.
You tying him to the floor.
No,
No,
I'm tying him
tying
in a
him up.
chair.
Okay.
Tying him up and leaving him on the floor.
Yeah, that's my thought. But if Zerka wants a chair, by all means, have a chair.
Make sure you get his hands. Wasn't this the spellcaster?
Mm-hmm. Jedgar, you got any old socks?
I start taking them off my feet.
Good enough for him, I think.
Yeah, go ahead and put that right in his mouth until we're ready to talk to him.
He wakes up immediately.
Did Iggel come with us?
He vomits immediately.
Yeah.
Pull the
Rude
socks out in a
awakening, isn't it?
hurry. I don't
Oh,
want
the
to
socks
show.
come out.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Did Ignil come with us?
Enzo.
Oh, Savior in robes? No, not
he's-
Enzo. Ign.
Oh, Egil?
Egil.
Egil.
Egil, yeah, he's there with you guys, but he's behind him. He's not where he can
Yep.
be seen.
Of course. Double D, Viz, you want to do the honors of interrogating?
Sure. I'm not sure what gives you the idea that I'm qualified for this, but absolutely.
Yeah, try it out. You might find you enjoy it.
Looking down at this guy. We could do this the easy way or the hard way. Isn't that what you all said? Can you just tell us what's going on? We can free you. No more socks.
Take the easy way, but you can't tell anybody about it.
Of course not. No, I promise.
Okay. What do you
Fingers
wanna
crossed
know?
by my back.
What do you want to know?
Who sent you?
We don't know.
I like look at the group.
Ritoro, hold on.
No, take it.
Ritoro, our boss, he takes care of that. Is he alive?
No.
No, I have killed him.
Oh. He would know.
Does the
Whoever it
name
was, their money's
Enzo
good. They hired the Yellow Shields, so they got us.
does the name Enzo ring a bell?
No.
Well, I
Lucius?
am all out of questions.
Lucius, Captain Scarbelly, turnips.
I know who Captain Scarbelly is.
Do you know what you're supposed to do with the black gold?
I have no idea. Black Gull is a bar.
What time is it right now?
The sun had just gone down when the fight started.
Okay. Well, I'm at the questions. I have a dagger if nobody else has one.
Is
I got
that the one that
next.
you took off the boss?
No, I mean, Bizos has a dagger. He
Okay.
carries daggers.
I'll hold on to the boss's dagger. I'm looking at it. Does it look worth money?
Yeah, it's actually nice. It has an L carved into the hilt. It's ivory handled. It's very nice. And Egil stops for a minute and starts to point at that for a minute and says, waves you over and whispers in your ear, "That's Lucius's dagger."
I take the dagger and hold it in front of our captive's face. Do you know anything about where this came from?
No.
Oh,
Well,
You know,
How
my
old are
friend,
you, kid?
if you don't start being a little more informative than this, we might have no choice but to make good on our strike in the alleyway.
I don't think that's necessary.
I've told you all I can tell you. This is how it works. The boss does the deals. We just do the jobs and the money gets paid.
Yeah. So one last question for you then. Foregoing all pride, please. Is there anything we should know before we let you go? And if we find out, we would hunt you down for?
I don't ever want to be hunted down by any of you again.
I have much more important things to do, so please.
The Yellow Shields are who we are. We're a mercenary company. There's a lot of them here. If the other Yellow Shield mercenary companies get wind that you were the targets, they will hunt you.
Yeah.
But the only person who knew was all of us. And the only person who knew who took the job was our boss. You should be in the clear. You should be in the clear.
That case, gonna wave to Jetty and Jed. Okay, we're done. We don't need him tied. He's gonna be a good lad. We can
I won't
Let him
say
go.
a thing to anybody.
I believe you.
I won't.
Don't worry. When we get back from our meeting with your friends, we'll untie you. You know, if we survive. I stick the socks back into the. All right. I
Well,
think
that's just
we,
cruel. I could have knocked him out.
Would you like to do
You
that as
could-
well? Would you prefer that?
That injury to cruelty. I love it.
Look, the man says he just wants. Yeah, okay, whatever. And I just clock on the back of the head with the pommel of the dagger.
He's out.
All right, he should be asleep for a while. Apparently, we are late for the meeting.
Daddy, do you have any of those vials? I don't feel so good.
Yeah, I think perhaps we all might require just a moment to catch our breath. I don't know about y'all, but I need to change my shirt. I feel mine is covered in blood.
You know, I don't suppose
I
you can heal
have-
us at all.
Brought with me 3 healing potions, and I have the ability to do this one more time for one of you. I can cast a very good curing spell, but I need you guys to tell me who it should go to.
I could do the thing with the alcohol. We're good.
Jed gets
I think
whatever
you're gonna
is your
need a little
most.
more than the beer.
Yeah, whatever is your most potent, give it to Jed, please and thank you.
All right. Hold on 1 second here. Jed, you get 12 hit points back, and that's it. That's all Angel's got. He can't do any more for you. And you have 3 potions of healing right now. You can take.
I take a potion.
Who are the 3 that are taking?
This whole time, the interrogation and everything, would you say that's enough time for a short rest?
If you wish to take a short rest, as
'Cause I didn't-
No,
No,
it's gonna
we
take longer
can't.
than that. Yeah, look. The sun just went down. It's an hour after sundown. There's no way you're gonna get the short rest in.
I'm just curious. I'm sorry.
I take
Alright.
1 healing potions.
I will see you all at this place. I'm going to go take a look.
No, you're not going alone, weasels. What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, let's
Um,
drink up and let's get moving.
Yes.
We'll solve the mystery.
All right. So who's taking the healing potions? Who's
So we got
drinking
one
them?
for Zerka.
One for Zerka. There was 3.
Who's hurt? I mean, I know.
I'm hurt, but I mean, Jetty ain't got a lot of HP to begin with.
Yeah.
So.
I feel you. Is it just
Whoever
us?
needs
Is
Oh, if it's just the 2 of us, Viz, did you get hit much at all?
Wraith?
Viz?
No,
whoever?
Shit, you didn't know.
Oh,
Okay.
then yeah. So yeah, they're bereft.
Cheers,
Perfect.
drink up.
There
he
you go.
looks fine, despite the fact that you did notice him pull 2 crossbow bolts out of his body.
He's a ghost, Jetty.
Oh no.
Was it
All right,
1d4
so-
plus, what does it read?
It's 1d4 plus 4, I think it is. Is it 1d4 plus 2? Hang on. 2d4 plus 2. Or plus 4? Or 2? Tech Goblin, 2d4 plus 2. Or plus 4, sorry. 2d4 plus 4. Thank you, Tech Goblin. I'm hearing sounds. I'm
Who's
hearing
on
dice rolls.
first?
It's driving
I'm
me
hearing
nuts.
numbers, yeah.
Numbers! All numbers!
Numbers go.
Just roll all the dice, and then eventually.
I am going to drink one of my Kirkland brand potions and give the other one to Viz.
Okay.
So I'll try to like sleight of hand it into his pocket, but it's I'm gonna take my placebo because Viz was a lot more impressive in the fight and needs to be
Okay.
in the fight. Oh, I got one actually myself, Viz. Don't worry about it. Here you go. I'm gonna pass it to him and.
Okay. So, as you follow the address and make your way down, you realize very quickly that this is a rather seedy dive bar near the docks. You get there, and you're kind of watching the outside of the place. just after the bells start to go off, ding, 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 at the local churches, and temples throughout the city, to mark the hour after sunset. You see a thin, nervous-looking man, definitely out of place with the tough crowd going in and out of the Black Hall, go in. A few moments later, he comes out, looks a couple different directions, does not pay attention to you guys because you look like the rough crowd right now. Right now you look very rough. who are there, and begins walking straight uphill back towards the main old town. What are you gonna do?
Is Eagle with us?
Egil is not.
He did
Egil,
not come.
Egil
Did-
had to break off.
Mhm.
He's like, look, I that's Lucius's dagger, you know, and,
Yep.
and I just gave you a bunch of cure wounds, but like this guy has seen me and I can't be seen anywhere near you. Or this guy didn't see me, but I can't be seen anywhere near you guys right now.
Did the skittish fella match any description that he gave us of Lucius?
No.
Okay.
But he didn't really give you a description of
Give me a
Lucius
description.
other than a bookish guy. This
Mhm.
guy looks different. He looks very thin, very nervous. Kind of like I think the only way that I could explain this in a way that doesn't sound like an asshole chicken shit kind of guy.
Y'all think
you know,
perhaps
just kinda
he's
mean.
our
He's
man?
looking for-
Y'all like to try to talk to him, or y'all want to go in the door?
Perhaps we could split up.
Of
I need
course.
you to
We
make
will
a
not
decision 'cause
accomplish
he's getting
anything.
away.
Standing out here.
I will
Go
follow
on.
I'll follow the chicken.
I will also follow the chicken. I like chickens.
Anyone else?
I'll follow them.
Okay.
Jed,
The
Jed,
rest
and
of you are
Jetty.
going into the place.
I'm going in.
You're
Yes.
going into the bar. All right. Wislas and Zerka go into the bar. You go into the bar, and the first thing you see is there are. The only way I can explain it is you see basically guys are singing and shanties and drinking and carousing, and a few people are already just standing there punching each other, trading. And the other guy's like, okay, my turn. And they're just trading blows left and right as everybody's singing around at the same time. This is a dive where people go to either drink themselves into oblivion or get punched into oblivion. The other three of you, Jed, and Jetty, you follow this guy up the hill and you see him kind of twitchy, looking around here and now and again. And he goes towards what looks to be a tailor shop where he goes in.
Windows on this tailor shop at all?
There are. It is lit now because he just relit the lanterns inside. It's a bit of a mess. It's a disheveled mess at that. But he is in there, and it says Enzo's Tailors.
I was just gonna ask if there's a name on the fucking window.
Yes, there is.
I say to Jed and Jed. All right, y'all. You want to play this fast and loud, or you want to try nonchalant?
Nonchalant. Huh?
If
What? I'm very confused by the word.
if
Oh,
you'd like,
okay.
Nonchalant.
take your time. Well, while you were trying to sound it out,
He
there's
has
that
an
conversation
intelligence of
happening.
8, so he knows what he's doing. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Got it.
you know.
I could try to cast minor illusion, maybe do a sound to draw him out.
It's an hour. Does it look like any of the other shops are open around these spots? Like, or is
There's
it
a couple,
closing
2 or
time?
3. There's like a toy store. There's a wood carving area. but there's also quite a few that are not, like a confectionery store. There's a bakery that's done for the night, stuff like that. But it just depends. It's in a merchant's quarter kind of area, but it's not in the best of merchants' quarters kind of areas. This is where merchants get their start. These are the starter merchant sites.
Gotcha. We could let's do a sort of bait and switch kind of thing. We'll pretend to be customers, and I take out a vial of my blue liquids, and I splash it on Jed's shirt and my shirt to like look like, because there's blood all over it, but now it looks like there's different colors. So I don't know, maybe we were in a color run. And just be like, try to go in. If he makes a move, just Jed, you tackle him. Double D, you be ready to just, I don't know, blast him.
Blast him, of course.
Or if you see something more clever, and we will just, I'll step in first. I'll knock on the door and be like, excuse me, Taylor, are you open?
Yes, I am. Please, come in.
Oh, perfect. Are you Enzo? I've been told that Enzo is the finest tailor here in Freeport.
He looks very confused at you.
I am Enzo.
Wonderful. It is great to make your acquaintance, Enzo. As you can see, I've had a bit of a mishap with some quill and ink in my hotel room. Wondered if you might have an extra shirt.
I don't have any ready-made. We make them per order. I can take your measurements and have it made for you by tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful. Say, do you do all the tailoring yourself here?
I do. I'm all by myself here, all alone.
Oh, wonderful. Jed, grab him.
And yeah, immediately on hearing that, and then I just like lunge at the man.
Huh? Ah!
You easily bear hug the crap out of this guy, and he's like,
No, what's going on? Ah!
Yeah, right. That's quiet. Unless you want a sock in your mouth, you keep it quiet.
This guy
You
smells like feet and cheese.
Its own special musk. Enzo, you hire something? You hire somebody to do something this evening?
Yes. Please don't hurt me. I've been. I'll do anything. Just don't hurt me.
Well, it depends on how forthcoming you appear to be. My friend who has you grabbed is a bit of a violent man, and my associate here to the side is an arcane caster of the highest pedigree.
Oh no.
back to the bar. So they're down to 30 bottles of beer on the wall. 30 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 29 bottles of beer on the wall. They started at 500 while you were there. Reese's and Circa. What are you doing?
Impressive constitution.
Ed is regretting his decision.
Well, it looks like whoever we're supposed to meet here is not here. Unless that shield you're carrying is not the right signal.
Are you carrying one of the yellow shield shields?
No.
Okay, so what you do notice is there are a couple very tough looking folks there that match the leader of that particular mercenary company. There are similar other guys dressed the same way with yellow shield. There's some other guys on the other side of the bar with like purple shields, and some other guys with red ones too. It's kind of like the way they mark themselves as mercenaries here is by their colored shields and or iconography on the shields themselves. What, pray tell, are you choosing to do? Because now you've spotted yellow shields, and luckily none of you brought any yellow shields back with you as a trophy.
I lean over to Wizlaz and I say, perhaps if we offer them some gold, they'd be willing to tell us a little bit about who they've been hired for or by in the recent past.
I guess it can't hurt to try. Maybe they will reveal something. But, you know, mercenaries, they make a big deal about confidentiality, and, good customer service.
Make a wisdom check, Zerka.
Wisdom. 10.
You don't know everything in the world about how the mercenaries here work. But one thing you do know is you were just told that if they found out that, they were hired to kill you, that they would hunt you down. And so far, nobody else knows about that. But if you start poking questions around and it sums out that same mercenary company is now dead, what do you think is going to possibly happen to you? And
Alright.
weasels?
In that case, let's just go find the others.
All right, but 1 second. And I'm gonna walk up to the bar and slip the barmaid 2 gold and say, keep them filled with swill.
Swill it is.
And she starts just racking bottles, and it's cheap swill. So your 2 gold goes a long way. She starts bringing out trays.
Drinks all around on the house. Woo!
Just everybody's like, yeah!
All right, Zerka, let's go. They
99
should
bottles
be
of beer on the wall.
pretty busy
99
tonight.
bottles of beer, and it just keeps going from there. And you guys step out the front door in the cold night air, and you head up north, uphill, in the last direction that you saw your friends walking. From there, the 3 of you have this guy now cowering for his life, bear hugged in place. What are you doing now?
Essentially, the scene from Goonies when we've got Chunk, and we've already done the blender thing, and so I just
No,
like a-
no, I cheated on
And
3
into
tests
the
when
plump
I
little
was
fingers.
in tailoring
Oh.
school, and that's why I suck at tailoring, and
right.
nobody likes me.
Ah,
I used
shut
to
up,
pee
shut up.
myself
Slap,
when
slap,
I
slap,
was a
slap, slap.
teenager. I threw
Would
up
you...
the first time I smoked pipe weed.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right, why'd you hire somebody, and what'd you hire him for?
Look, I work for a religious order. It's called the Brotherhood. The leader is very powerful. I only know him as the master. He's supposed to help me get better and stronger. There are some... Whatever you did, you made the master very angry, and so he wanted you killed. And so he gave me money and told me to go hire people to do it, and I did.
All right. You know who this master is?
I don't know. I'm not worthy enough to know his name.
You know a man named Lucius?
No. But if you don't kill me, there are some rooms beneath the bricked up building. But I've never been down there. I just know they're there. I've been ordered to bring food to the building twice in the last few days. That doesn't usually happen. If you let me live, I'll take you there.
Bricked up building.
Oh.
What do you think, Jetty?
I like to double D. This seems like a move for smart folk. What do you think?
I think it's wiser for us to not leave bodies behind us. Although, again, I look at the guy, way between the other 2. Don't want this to happen again, correct? So you aren't going to double cross us. You're not going to mention anything to your master, nothing like that.
Has his ways of finding things out. I don't want to die.
Sure, it's an interesting way to sound like you want to die sooner.
No. What I'm trying to explain is if he finds out, I'm a dead man either way. I can show you where the building is. If you go in there, you have to kill him or I'm dead.
Fine. Chick slap.
Don't look so glum, chum. We're out. We are friends who are out for a night on the town. We are just walking around. We just had a drink, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yes,
Did I
we're all
miss
happy.
it?
Let's see
The
us.
people I was hired to get killed.
You're not going to talk about that. How about we just keep our mouth shut then,
Did anyone else see you come in here?
No, of course not.
Just then the bell rings, ding ding, and you see two your friends come in the front door, who sees you obviously interrogating someone from the front window.
I turn around with him. Oh.
We have a new friend.
Who are they?
They're
I'm
friends.
not- oh, they're not gonna run out the door and tell everybody I'm in here. No.
Your idea of
go
self-importance
ahead.
is quite grand.
Take it this is the man who tried to order the men to kill us.
Yes, but he's also the man who's going to take us to his secret brotherhood secret jail. That he has been bringing food to for the past few days.
Well, that's promising. More promising than wandering around in the streets, anyway.
This is a tailor shop. Is there clothing like hung up like mannequin style?
There are a couple mannequins. There are no like shirts available per se because he didn't have any. But he did have some nice jackets that well, nice is really somewhat decently tailored jackets made with relatively inexpensive fabrics that were like put up on mannequins as like he was working on them still. They're not perfect, but they're good enough.
Is there any like Jedgar size coats at all?
Oh, there's a couple of them. Yeah.
I want to basically put Jed in a nice big coat, but put this is this person a halfling, a human? What is he?
He's a human.
He's a human. All right.
A
We're
very
all going.
skinny, decrepit little man.
Okay. Then I guess it's not that important. I take some extra fabric, tie his hands behind his back, and say, we're gonna... And I put a coat over his shoulders so you can't see his hands, and I said, we are going to just be some friends walking about. Got it?
Yes.
Yes, and we're not going to make any sudden spills or talks, because my dear friend Jedgar here is going to be walking by your side. And if you make any sort of false noises, of course, he's just going to break you in half.
And I tap him on the back. It'd be very easy.
I think I just peed myself.
That's okay. Lead on, my dear man. Enzo, have at it.
And out the door he goes. You walk for about 20 minutes. Around a couple alleyways, and then down a major road, where there is an abandoned building that must be the headquarters of whatever religious cult this is. In the place where, potentially, you might find someone. The entrance is on a side street that looks to be usually deserted. The bricked up house is nondescript. It seems like the perfect hideout. It's a simple one-story construction, roughly 20 feet by 30 feet. The dilapidated exterior is made of wood, but the windows have all been bricked up. 2 steps lead up to a stout-looking wooden door. The door is locked.
Enzo, you said you would leave the food out here, or was there a secret place you would hide it?
I would just place it here on the front door, and they knew. I would leave. I don't see people who go in, and I don't see people who go out. The master appears to me, asks me to do things, and I do them. And I leave, and he rewards me.
And I pat him on the back. Has it occurred to you yet that perhaps power isn't until it's cracked up to be weighed against the potential pitfalls of pursuing the power?
anything is a way up.
No, suppose it's your next
Around.
break if that's what you want.
I've been kicked around by bullies like you all of my life.
You did hire someone to kill us.
You kind of invited this on yourself.
He gave me the money to do that.
But you're the one who went and did it.
Listen, little man, we are interested in finding our friend. Whether you make it through this adventure or not is irrelevant to us.
Didn't catch that, Enzo.
Are you gonna make me go in there with you?
Not at all. You're going to get it yourself.
What do y'all think? I think we could just stick him in a garbage can.
I was gonna say he's never been inside. I don't know how much help he's gonna be inside.
He might alert somebody.
No, I don't think he's going to do that. Unless he wants our friend Jed to have a long talk with him that ends with a bit of a crack, if you know what I mean.
I mind baseball.
Like a bear, Jed.
Alright.
Let's go up there and
about-
knock on the door and tell them that the hit failed and you want to know what to do next.
Can I go now?
If you go the right direction.
I don't know what the hell you're asking me. I just don't need to know. I just need to know, can I go in? Or am I going in with you, or are you leaving me out here?
I say we leave him out. He's had enough, I think. Enzo, this is a rare moment in life in someone is given a second chance. I think perhaps maybe think better on, the things you do with your time here in this wonderful city.
No, I will never do this again. You gotta make
Good
sure
lad.
that they can't find me.
Okay. Is there a garbage can by this alley we're in?
There is not. This is an abandoned. Like, this alleyway is a garbage can. Like, this is where people just leave their trash.
Are there like piles of rags or something?
No, there's a pile of garbage. I mean, like, it's where
Perfect!
people throw all their broken stuff. I mean, like, there's not a pile of rags. It's just trash.
Okay. Jedga, please just go ahead and put him down, and we'll.
This is where people drop. Oh, it's so gross. It's wet.
Yeah. You go.
Oh no!
Just a time to rethink your choices in life, Enzo.
Can I make or just someone? I'll ask Viz. Viz, you see anyone peeking around about that place? You got sharper eyes than I do.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a look.
Sharper eye.
Sharper eye. It's all focused into one.
You want a perception roll there, DM?
Yeah, you can.
15.
There's nobody looking around. This place is because nobody looks around.
This place is deader than a mausoleum.
All right. Shall we go?
Please.
Let's find our man.
You said
Move
doors were
up.
locked.
Door's locked.
Okay.
Viz, do you want to take a crack at it, or should I?
Yeah, no problem. I will pick.
All right.
I will not
that
pick.
Does not work. That's sleight of hand, though, so that's the good news. So, try.
Hang
you
on.
Should be doing that with a
Thieves' tools. Hang on. Where are my thieves'
You can
tools?
also try to knock
In
the
your
door down. That's
in
gonna
your
be a lot more.
toolkit, it should just be under your languages and
I'll
stuff.
knock.
Aha. Hang on.
Uh,
Oh, it doesn't roll anything for me anymore. Interesting. Okay. So dexterity.
Yeah.
good lord.
Natural 20
Lock falls.
and 23.
He looked
Click,
at it.
Click, the lock unlocks.
He sticks the pick in and the door falls over.
It's a high quality lock. That's the only thing that makes this set out of place. Because normal locks like this would be like half
I'll just-
this challenge.
Gonna
This was a
hand the
very
lock
challenging lock.
to Jetty. Be like, his nice lock you should keep.
Ooh. Put it in my pocket. Yeah. Oh, actually, I handed it to Jedgar because I don't have pockets. Jedgar carries things.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
door opens easily after that.
Let's go in.
Goes a little bit inside.
Let's try to
Once
sneak.
inside. The place is a wreck. I mean, it's not well lit. It's dark in there. There are piles of masonry and refuse everywhere, and it's impossible to tell how many rooms this place may once have had. What's everybody's passive perception?
15.
Eh.
My cleric.
13.
So, Weasels, you're the only one who notices, but parts of the foundation appear to be from an older construction. Once you point it out, Zerka immediately points out that the stone is of better quality and finished with more skill the older it gets.
Somebody built here over the old foundation.
Toward the back of this old house, there is a wooden trapdoor in the floor. It's not locked.
Double D, you mind taking a look? It might
Not
be
at
a
all.
booby trap.
Oh, isn't that usually your thing? I mean, I'll still do
It
it.
is. I mean, well, it's our ideas here. I need you for the expertise to do it.
Sure, of course.
I think he was using you as the bait to open
Sure,
it.
sure feels like it.
Yeah.
Didn't say open it. Jedgar opens things.
Sorry.
A lot of sitting and looking. Mhm, yes.
Double
quite.
D, our foolish mind detector.
It looks like a door.
Wow. I would never have pictured. Never would have thought.
I can do investigation to look for it, but I'm guessing I'm just gonna kind of nudge Jed. Just open this thing.
The trapdoor's not trapped.
Yeah.
Like,
Perfect.
take a look. The first research, nothing's there. Jed opens it. Okay. It looks to be a staircase leading down, but you are now out of light. So unless you're going to light lanterns or torches or light spells, you are going to be in dark vision territory.
I've got
Does
a
everyone
candle.
Does everyone have dark vision?
Yes.
Well, then let's
Halflings-
use dark vision.
Halflings don't. Sorry, I'm blind.
Oh no! Brandon,
You do
what?
not. And just remember, if you're using dark vision exclusively, you're at -5 on anything you do.
I'll let,
Your perception
as the
goes down.
as the generous man that I am, I will allow all of you to go forward ahead of me, and I will stay back here with my little candle.
Oh, it's a gentleman.
Oh, Jenny. Thanks, Jenny.
Oh wait, there's a hooded lantern. I guess I could do that better. That'll give more light than a candle. But yeah. But
I don't know what's
wait,
going on yet.
Well,
Sort
yeah,
of
we're gonna push our way
up.
down.
Okay. But are your I'm sorry, I missed it. Did you guys light lanterns or torches or anything?
I've got one in the back,
Okay.
but I'm giving them a nice amount of leadway.
Okay. Nice amount of leeway. I like the sound of it. You have found yourself down the stairs and into what looks like a cellar.
Oh,
Um,
turnips.
There, I don't know about turnips, but what I do know is it is definitely in existence. Okay. It leads down to an old wine cellar. The walls are lined with 9 large casks made of oak, each about 6 feet tall and nearly 8 feet long. They appear to have been here for a very long time, although the room contains remarkably little rest.
All right, clearly there is something more to this cellar.
Let's all take a look around.
Okay?
Now that we know no one's down here,
You
I'd like to
did, that's
talk
what
to
you saw, but what are you going to do now that you've seen these things? You going to touch anything? You going to mess with anything? Knowing
Well,
you fire
there's-
anything?
There's wine barrels, so I'm gonna go ahead and see which ones have wine in.
So you knock on a few of them, and the ones to the east, 5 of them still apparently have, like when you knock on them, you hear the sound of liquid sloshing in it.
These barrels have wine in them.
The remaining 4, especially on the west side, make hollow sounds of strike.
These ones are empty. Cheapskates.
We know the ones on the east side have something in them. We don't know they have wine in them. Just because it's a wine barrel doesn't mean it's wine.
I need. I can tell you that Weasels notices that there are tracks crisscrossing the room. Make
X.
a survival check for me, Weasels.
13. But I'm also going to point those tracks out. Look, people have been moving these barrels around.
Well, you don't see any tracks of barrels being moved. Barrels have not moved at all. But you're seeing tracks crisscrossing the room.
I
Anybody
looked to
else
make
wanna
sure it
take-
wasn't us.
I will give one more person a chance to make a wisdom survival check.
We don't want it to be me.
Do not give it to me.
What is it? I'll do it.
Wisdom.
I got this, guys.
I
The
believe in
brain
you.
trust.
I believe in you, Jed. You got this.
Jedger's gonna do this. Okay, here we go, Jedger.
What am I? I'm just rolling wisdom check.
Survival.
Survival.
Oh, let's go. Fuck it. Oh, I'm +2 survival.
Hell yeah.
13.
Yep.
Same thing.
Tracks crisscrossing. Not enough to really make any sense. I mean,
I see tracks going that way and tracks going that way.
I'm a rogue and a charlatan. Do I get the? Because this is a safe house. This is by some sort of organization. Can I look around for the hidden entrances? Like, does this look like a
Yeah.
false bottom kind of thing?
make an investigation check.
Double D, you see anything? Look around.
I will happily do an investigation check.
Oh, it's just double D. That we know what we're looking for. With a
Don't
natural.
worry about
Goddamn.
it.
Double D pretty much nails it when she checks one of the ones on the western wall that are hollow sounding and finds a hidden catch and clicks it. You hear a clack, and the barrel on its side that is, mind you, 6 feet around and 8 feet long opens up, and you see into the barrel, and you see there's an open passage on the back side. Revealing a stone passage and more stairs leading downward.
Let's keep going.
This
If I
40
had
gold
secret
better be worth it.
prison, it would definitely be in here.
In the Merlot cask, I agree. It's the best place to keep it.
Moving your characters around, you see what looks to be a large intersection of some sort. I am really glad that Zerka made that first move.
At crossroads.
Okay. With that, Zerka, you're taking the lead.
Yeah, sure. Actually, no, I don't want to take the lead. I want Wizlazer or one of the rogues to take the lead.
I was about to ask.
You already did. So, I need Zerka. Actually, I want. Who's in the lead? For sure.
Wizlaz is in the lead. I was only moving because I
Wizlaz
thought
has
you
to
had
say
us
he's
moving
in the lead,
along.
First of all, Wizlaz has to say he's in the lead. Yeah.
I was going to take lead, which is why I moved here.
Okay. So, Wizlaz, go ahead, and what I want you to do is make a perception check for me.
Okay. An 8.
Always clear.
All right.
I walk forward.
Yep. Just gonna keep walking forward.
That is good.
Okay, Jedger, you discover the pit trap right here that stops everyone else cold.
Can I dive
I'm-
and try and grab him?
You cannot, like, because you didn't spot it. Nope.
Oh.
So what we've got now is Jedgar, you take D6 bludgeoning damage from the fall, and you've fallen 10 feet. At that point in time, you
Oh.
see from the shadows springing 3 creatures, the likes of which you've never seen before, who immediately start assaulting into you. Let's see here. That
They're attacking me in the pit.
Hmm?
There, you said they're
No,
attacking.
they're attacking Vizlaz,
Oh, I was like, that's funny. If
Weasels,
they're-
Zerka,
Sure.
and one is not able to attack anybody right now. So, roll for initiative, everyone.
Not great.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Just making sure everybody can hear me. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what's causing that. Hopefully that takes care of all. Can you hear me now? All right. Cool. So.
Much better.
All right. I'm not sure what's going on with that. That's really weird. All right. So the first one attempts to strike at. Let's see here. Let's get in this. The first one attempts to leap over and, well, by lack of anything else, is going to use a spear attack on Jedgar because it's the only thing he can do. Does a 20 hit you? Jedgar, you're muted. But I saw you say yes, so you take 6 points of piercing damage from a spear.
My sweet Jedgar.
Okay. Jadelia,
Oh,
your move.
me?
All right.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
No, wrong Jed.
Jed.
This is your fault. It's all your fault, guys.
It's caught me a time or two already. You're good.
Yeah.
Well then, is there enough room for me to like lay down and try and lift up Jed?
I don't know that you could do that right now, safely.
Sure. I guess we're blasting then. Congratulations. We weren't playing a warlock, but we kind of are now. Let's just go ahead and use Ray of Frost. We're doing the one, the middle creature.
The one that's spearing at Jedgar right now in the
Yeah.
pit? Okay.
For 11.
11 misses. You see it frost the wall behind you.
Cool.
Oh, so close, yet so far. These creatures look oddly reptilian. Elongated necks. Carrying spears, wearing disheveled, rotting leather armor. The next one is attempting to attack Zerka. Does a 15 hit you, Zerka?
Nope.
No, it misses. All right, that's the best they get. Jedgar, from the pit, what are you attempting to do? Something is
How
spearing.
deep is the pit?
The pit is 10 feet deep.
I want to. Oh, I was gonna see if I could jump out, like jump up and grab the ledge. That's.
You have enough room to make a running leap, so you can do that.
I will do my best to make a running leap.
Okay.
I have to do athletics or anything.
Yeah, you can make an athletics check to see that. That's a pretty low DC in this case. Outside of the fact that somebody's trying to spear you.
20, dirty 20.
Okay, so the question is this: were you trying to run forward, backwards, left, or right?
I'm gonna run back to where I think the group is.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right, so you do that, and you manage to get to the top, but that's it. There's still a pit
Okay.
between you and them.
Yeah.
All right. Weasels.
At this point, I am pinned into this fight, so I'm gonna go ahead and draw my rapier,
Okay.
and I will try and stab this creature in front of me.
Okay.
I think a 9 is not gonna work though.
9 is not going to work.
Okay.
All right.
And then I guess I'll try and disengage here.
Okay. Are you moving through Jedalia?
I think I have just enough room to not have to move through her.
You can't move on top of her, though. You have to move
Then I guess
through.
I am pushing past her,
Okay. All right. Here we go.
getting skinny.
All right. The next of these reptilian creatures immediately moves in to hit Jedgar again, since Jedgar is who is left. Does a 18 hit you? Jedgar, does an 18 hit you? You're muted.
Mike, you're muted.
Sorry, I had a dog bark. It hits me.
Okay, sorry. But you only take 1 point of damage. You lucky.
I'll take it. Ah! Stop it!
Okay. Zerka, it is your move.
I
Oh,
pull my
on
hand
Jedediah.
axes and I attack the one that's right in front of me.
Swinging your hand axes, you immediately begin to, hack blade for blade. A 13 does hit.
Whew. 5 points damage.
Okay. All right.
An offhand attack.
Okay.
21.
does hit.
4 points damage.
Okay. It appears hurt, but it is not bloody. Jedediah.
These guys, can I get line of sight on, like if I shoot between, my
You can
jets?
shoot any of them without any problems.
Boy,
We're not going to be in the way. You basically go left, get down, and take your shots.
Then since they are both in melee with everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot at number 6, and I'll take the advantage on it.
Okay.
With a natural 20.
Yes, that definitely hits.
Oh my god, it feels so good when it happens to not me. So that is a crit for that one. Roll critical. So
Nice.
12 with that, plus the critical sneaky damage. 4 plus... Okay, so 22.
Okay, it is severely injured from this shot. It has gone into one of its eyes. It's still fighting as it's like with a spear, and it's a
Jet, old
jagged,
boy.
pretty old spear too.
I said, Jet, old boy, it might be time to get mad. And, I mean, I'm safe, so I'll just stay back here.
Seeing that, the one at the back here chucks its spear straight at you,
I'm so small.
Jetty. And does a 12 hit you?
No, it does not.
Shatters against the wall behind you.
Yeah.
Delia, your move.
All right. Well, I am not a big fan of being right next to this thing. I also want to try to help, but also I can't help in the future if I don't run away. So we're going to disengage and run back.
Okay. So are you using an action to disengage?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any bonus actions you want to?
Reed, we are level 1. No.
Sir, this is level 1.
We're doing our best, okay?
Alright.
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
disengage and run.
All right. The next creature attempts to strike Zerka. Does a 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay. 5 piercing damage. Jedgar, your move.
I'm just gonna quickly get my great axe and just swing it towards the wall where this creature is standing.
Which creature?
6.
Okay, the one that was severely wounded by your friend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That would be the one.
Okay.
That'd be him. 25.
25 certainly does hit.
With
Yeah,
14 slashing
How do you want to do
damage.
this, man? Because like it's
Again, I really just want to put it to like I'm taking him to the wall. I'm taking the great axe straight into him and just beating him into the wall.
so it's elongated neck with a snake-like head at the top as it's rearing its spear up, and then you go right through, and the head just flop and wiggles for a bit, and you see the body fall into the pit.
Sorry about that.
Weasels. Your move.
I am going to drop my rapier and get my short bow out, and I am going to try and pin cushion the creature that is currently engaged with Zerka.
Okay.
Let's see. What does a 13 do?
13 hits.
All right, let me just make sure I don't get a 20 here. No.
And
I mean,
That was worth a try.
dirty 20.
yeah. So that is with sneak attack. 11 piercing damage.
Okay. It is severely bloody. It's a hurting pup. Zerka, your move.
I take a whack at it with my hand axe again.
Swinging your hand axes and blurring action.
18.
18 hits.
Yeah.
4 points slashing damage.
4 points of slashing. Okay, you hack in. It's not looking good at all.
13 to hit.
13 hits, just hits.
5 points slashing damage.
Let's go.
Oh, it is hanging on by a thread. You can see it's like blood coming from multiple wounds that you've hacked into it.
I suppose I can try and knock it into the pit trap as my movement.
No,
Worth a try.
that's not how that works.
Shoulder
Alright,
check.
Jedediah. Your move.
all right. I see this fella messing with my friends up in front, and I say, "Oh, Jedgar, duck!" And I'm gonna take a shot.
Where?
Your shoes untied.
11 misses.
Have him look down,
I
but
don't have
advantage
laces.
because he's
You have
in.
advantage, okay? So wait. You make a slight adjustment, and it still misses. It
Still
shatters up against the wall next to it.
And I don't want to get hit with a javelin or whatever, so I'm gonna duck.
This one immediately comes around. It no longer has a spear. It's going to attempt to bite you, Jed. 23 hits. You take 5 points of piercing damage.
I'm hurt. Oh.
I need you to make a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Still got one. Con saving. Let's go. 17.
Very lucky. Okay. Genitalia. Seeing your friends, you've ducked back. You've gotten into position. You know you're safer here. You can cast. You are feeling rough because you've missed so many castings, but here today, this is your
is it.
opportunity.
Maybe the trick is that I keep trying to cast Ray and Frost into the day, the stars, the moon, the planet, whatever it does. It's not aligning. What if I try to cast Frostbite instead?
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and shoot that at 1. Creature 1.
Okay.
Oh! Does it just cast? It does. Oh, so you need to make a
Con
Constitution
save.
save. Yep. You're
Are they
getting 13.
weak because they're reptiles and they're endotherm or they're exothermic?
No, you're not. I love if there's one thing I can count on, Brandon, it's that you will always try to find a way to get that advantage or disadvantage every chance you get.
Give
However,
the man
it
his
rolled
advantage.
a natural 20 and got a 22 on its save. So, does that mean it takes half damage?
Yes.
On a failed save. No, there's nothing about a
On a failed save, the target takes 1d6 cold damage and disadvantage on the next weapon save.
So if you pass, you
So-
pass because it's a
To
cantrip.
save or suck.
Okay. Well, I mean, you hit it this time.
You're right. You're right. It's the little victories.
You see
Um,
frost start to form on it, and it's shaking it off. The other
Lizards
one,
suck.
however, is now going with the best that it can. It's going to try to impale you, Azurka, and misses with a 7. Jedgar, what are you doing?
This time I'm gonna swing at the right side again.
Okay.
Again, just picking it back up and doing the same motion. It worked the first time. Might as well try it again.
Okay.
Doesn't, I assume, hit.
Nope.
I
It does not.
pass
You'll
it.
make
Go
a
to the
excellent meat shield for Zerka on the other side there.
Yeah.
Weasels, what are you doing?
Same thing again, except this time the one engaged to Jed is gonna catch a. Actually, I'm gonna go use sharpshooter. I'm gonna use sharpshooter.
Okay.
Got a 2 for 2 record. Let's go.
All right, I gotta roll manually because it breaks the roll.
I believe that we.
And
You get advantage.
16.
16 hits.
All right,
I mean, it's no 20, but whatever.
I mean, it's
21 piercing damage.
All right.
How did you get to 21?
Because I'm using sharpshooter.
Oh, okay. And are you a rogue?
I am.
You get sneak attack damage as well.
Yep, I used that as well.
Oh, is that already included?
Yep,
Oh,
2d6
that
plus
21 is
13.
including that.
Yep.
Okay. It seemed awfully high. Okay. Zerka, what are you doing? This thing is bleeding out, the one that you've been hacking at with axes.
I try pushing the one that's bleeding into the pit.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
6.
If it doubles what you did, it's going to shove you in the pit, but it did not. So it did not successfully shove you in, but you didn't shove it either. That is your action. Jedediah, what are you doing?
Yep. I've got back against the wall. Take a breath. Take another breath. I look at Double D. And I'm like, let's get our boy. And I roll out from the side, and I just like line up the shot. And I look, and I go right over Zerka's shoulder to kill this one on the left.
Okay.
So here we go. Come on now.
14 hits.
With it. Let's see
You
that
can go for your
advantage shot.
now.
All right, we'll take that
14
14.
hits. So
Okay.
14 hits.
Mhm.
And that is plus the sneak. Ah, max damage on the crossbow.
How do you
8.
want to do this?
Oh, perfect. With an extra 2. So yeah, just like I said, I roll out and I just like line up the shot, and I see Zerka go for that push, and she like goes low, and she kind of ties up with it in the waist, but then I just like look at it and I wink at it and I shoot it right in the like neck. Just go down.
Okay. Hold on one second here. All right, and the next person up is this one that's going to attempt to attack Jedgar again. And that is an 18 to hit.
Yup.
That is 10 points of piercing damage.
I am very close to dead. I am down, but I
You are
almost
down.
died.
You are down.
Jed, got my
All
sweet
right.
boy.
Let's see here. Just had to say something to Tech Goblin. Let's see here. All right, Jedalia, this is your move. You see this thing rearing up with a spear to really finish off Jedgar.
We're gonna try our best here, and once more do this frostbite. Casting it. DC 13 con.
And it passes. You see the frost form on it. It slows it down for a minute, but it's still getting that spear ready to pass, or it's still getting its bite ready to hit Jedgar. Jedgar, roll your death save for me.
All right.
Did you have a bonus action or anything else you want to do? Did you movement? You're just
Me?
accepting the wizardly first level woes, right?
Yep.
Okay.
1.
Okay. Weasels.
Let's see if I can finish this one off.
Drawing your bow. You hit.
All right.
Question is how much?
Not much. 6. Oh wait, I don't get sneak attack on that, do I?
You do not now. No.
Okay. So let's go with 5. 5
Okay.
damage.
All right. It's severely bloodied. Arrows are in its face, or arrows in its chest. It's fighting for everything it can. Zerka, what are you doing?
I go around and I attack it with my axes.
All right. So you leap over the pit and start driving in from behind.
15 to
15
hit.
hits.
4 points damage.
How do you want to do this?
I take my both axes at the same time, and I sort of swing them out against each other, and the head just falls off, and the head rolls backward, and the body falls into the pit.
All right. Body falls into the pit.
Yeah.
At that point, Jedgar is down. We are out of initiative order, and the room goes quiet once more.
I immediately run to my sweet boy's side and say, Double D, you know anything? Anyone know medicine?
I'm not that kind of wizard.
Fair enough. Can I try to make a medicine check to try to stabilize him?
You certainly can.
My sweet boy! I mean, yeah, we'll just go for it. With a nat 20.
Oh.
He is
Oh, I forgot.
stabilized
I was a doctor.
with one
Our
hit
brotherly
point.
love.
With a nat 20, I'm going to give you stabilized with 1 hit point.
Oh, like what's it called when they come back from with the paddles?
Just faith healing.
And I have some other good news. You've made level 2.
Does that mean we
Nice.
fulfilled our hit points again?
I will give you level 2 if you take a short rest, but it is your call if you choose to do so. Remember, Lucius's life may now depend on it, because whatever is here definitely knows you're here now.
So if we don't take the short rest, we don't get the level, is what you're telling
You
us.
don't get the hit points, you don't get any of the stuff until you take the short rest.
Let's just keep moving.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
agree.
honestly, we're getting
love
paid
that you guys
regardless.
don't care. All right, here we go. Okay, you've got a door to the east and a door to the north. Which one do you want to take?
I am going to take a look at the door to the east, see if I can recognize anything that might be another trap. Although, who knows? Investigation?
Okay. The door does not appear to be locked.
Yeah, but it could still be trapped.
Make an investigation check.
Clearly not trapped.
No trapped.
All right. Then as soon as everybody is ready and not standing behind a trap,
You open the door.
I'm gonna open the door.
door swings open to reveal what can only be explained as an octagonal shaped chamber that's roughly 30 feet by 30 feet. The entire room has been painted black. The ceiling shimmers with stars like the sky at night. And there's a circular depression in the room that's got to be at least 10 feet deep. On the far wall, you can see a sturdy table covered with what looks like a gong, incense burners, 2 candelabras, and some other items you can't make out. No one is in sight, but the room itself just seems foreboding.
All right, I'm gonna close the door. Yeah, that's the wrong way.
You don't think he was in that pit?
Uh, let's just say that I have learned a few things. Walking into a room with a giant open pit like that is one of the things that survivors do not do.
I mean, I'm not in any health point way to say any different. Did you take that potion I gave you, Viz, or are you holding on to it?
Reed, I'm going to take a look at this northern door now.
Okay, but he asked you, Jetty asked you a question, though.
Did I take... No. Oh, no. No, I did not take the potion. I am still very healthy. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe my friend Jedgo might be able to use it.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Healthy.
Jedgar, where are you?
I kind of sidestep the pit.
Go ahead and roll yourself 2d4 plus 4. And I know that number now because it's been rattled in my ear multiple times from multiple different people. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Wow, not bad.
All right. Instant healing.
I feel pretty good. I'm trying to copy Vizlaz. Thank you.
Absolutely, it was my pleasure. All right, I'm going to open this door now.
All right. So you're going to check that door?
Yep.
All right. What are you checking for?
Checking the door. Well, actually, I guess checking the door to see if it's trapped, but I guess also whether this one is locked or not.
Okay. Roll your dice.
Definitely not trapped.
Not trapped. The door doesn't appear to be locked.
I see nothing. I hear nothing.
You're such a good rogue.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna pop this door open then.
The door opens. And there appears to be an L-shaped walkway, which you quickly go down, and there's no problems there. And you find another L-shaped walkway, which you quickly go down, and you find no problems. Nothing kills you on the way.
Jetty's holding his Jetty's holding his lantern in the back. It's like, y'all didn't want to just look in this last door? You think maybe he was just hiding here? Maybe? No? Okay. I'm
Sorry,
still a
Jetty.
little lightheaded.
It's okay.
All right, so from here, you see a door on the left. Oops. I need you guys to move your characters back just a smidge because you moved them further before I could declutter some stuff here. Weasel. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Thank you. There's a door on the left, and a door on the right, and that's as far as you get before you see those doors. Okay, I'm just making sure you're aware of them before you go any further. You can choose what you do next without being any problems.
All right. So having determined that the doors in this structure are not locked, I am once again
Very secure.
going to take a look at this door and see if it's trapped.
You take a look at that door to see if it's trapped.
Yep.
I mean that's a relatively smart move. Doesn't appear to be locked.
Okay. 6.
Doesn't appear to be trapped.
All right.
Good.
All right. I'm gonna open the door.
It's
And then
safe.
He opens the door.
And the door opens. Hold on a second here. Clear it properly. And there we go. As you open the door, your eyes are immediately drawn to garish purple curtains hanging on the walls. Your attention quickly turns to the center of the room, however, where skeletal figures have come to life and start towards you with claws extended. You can see a lot of chests are scattered about, but you'd have to fight your way through the Walking Dead to reach them.
All right, I slam the door closed, and I turn around to look at the rest of the room and go, "All right, you're not gonna believe me, but they are ghosts. I mean, skeletons, but ghosts."
I believe him.
All right. What do you just shut the door on him? Do you think that's gonna hold him?
Well, probably not. May need to wedge the door closed, but it's going to buy us a little bit of time.
One of the barrels. We can bring one of the barrels and hold it closed that way.
I don't know if we can make it all the way back. Them things was huge.
I stop
Bottle-
arguing and I start running.
Those barrels, those 8-foot barrels, no, you're not. You're not dragging those through. No, those were literally big enough for you to walk through. You're not moving those.
I yell at
Barrels are
Zerka.
round, Reed. They roll.
They
Is
don't
there
roll through
anything-
the hole of the barrel that you actually walk through to get there. It's not going to happen.
Is
Physics
there
says
anything
no.
that I can secure this door with? Is it a secureable door at all?
I mean, the door's closed. I mean, theoretically, if you had the right stuff, you might be able to lock it. There might be stuff in that room with that depression that you might be able to jam the door closed. I don't know. I mean, you'd have to go in there and find it.
I think we
All
keep
right.
moving. Check the other door. Let's see if there's something there we can use.
I mean,
Well, did they see you? Hold on. Did they fucking see you, or did you like?
They saw
Are you
him.
trying
That's
to-
why he slammed the door.
All right, then bottleneck the bony bastard.
All right.
you're starting to hear scraping at the door.
Let's go. Let's run.
The hallway continues. Let's just keep running.
Gonna run up the hallway. And check this door out.
There is scraping at the door behind you that you just left. Just a heads up.
Yep. Okay.
That door, make your roll to see if it's locked, trapped, whatever it is you're going to check.
I'm going to go ahead and just. I've got ball bearings. I'm going to go ahead and just trap this side of this door, so these skeletons can just fall down.
Okay. The door isn't locked and isn't trapped.
Okay. Gonna pop it open.
You pop it open and you see a hexagonal room that is smaller than the first one. This chamber looks to be a study or library. A teakwood desk stands against the far wall, flanked by low shelves crammed with books and scrolls. An oil lamp hangs from a chain in the center of the room. Its flame is burning low. That means someone was in here. The room seems alive, as if the lamplight flickers with the shadows.
It's full of books.
Let's hide in here, quick.
Are you guys gonna hide in there?
Yeah,
Alright,
seems like
why
a
don't we just
decent.
push
Books will
through.
protect us from the ghosts, right?
Okay. Move all of yourselves in here. Are you closing the door? Are you leaving it open? What are you doing there?
Did it,
Closing
as
the
we were running away, did it seem like the skeletons were able to, like they would be
You
able
were
to open
hearing
the
the
other
lever
door?
start to shake and move. You'd already
Alright.
dumped out the bearings.
Yeah.
Just
I'm
as
aware.
you get into the door and you start to close it, you hear the other door open. And you close the door to the small library that you are now all crammed into. As you look around, you can tell that there are books that date back at least 1,000 years or more. They're seriously ancient books in here. Many are in languages that have been dead at least as long as 1,000 years. A scholar would have a field day with this treasure trove, except that nearly every one of these tomes are mostly unreadable. Just looking at
Unreadable.
them hurts your eyes in ways that shouldn't.
Well, I want to cast comprehend language.
comprehend languages would work normally. And it does. You do understand some of the words on the books. But if you open them up, there are words. You do understand the words, but there's a code as well. However, I think the thing that is interesting is you immediately get a headache, like a piercing, stabbing, painful headache. There are times you wish you hadn't done certain things, and this is one of those moments where you think this was a very, very bad idea. The desk itself is a beautiful piece of work. It's been lovingly maintained. On it lays a book bound in black leather and finished with silver. The tome's title is rather ominous, The Book of the Unspeakable One. You do open it up, Gedalia, and you see it is full of rituals and stories involving a dread god. Do you choose to read it thoroughly, or are you just glancing?
I'll read through it thoroughly. Why not? As long as we're hiding, we might as well.
Okay.
Comfort read.
That headache becomes infinitesimally worse as at some point psychic feedback rocks your brain. You almost hear a wet pop in your own skull as you take 3 points of psychic damage.
Cool.
Are you good aligned by chance?
You know what? I never decided, but probably.
You need to make a wisdom check.
Check or saving throw.
Oh, you are so
Yeah, I
lucky.
did a saving throw. Do I need to do a check instead?
No, that's fine. That's fine. It was a saving throw. Sorry. Okay. You did not lose 1d6 points of wisdom in the part of this. There are several letters scattered across the desk. 2 of them are progress reports on the construction of the lighthouse of Drac. The third is short but to the point. Preparations are almost complete. We will arrive on Freeport on schedule. Make sure all is ready for us. The Brotherhood is counting on you. Natal. N''TAL.
I share anything that doesn't make my brain hurt. Like, I don't want anyone else's brain to hurt, but plans, anything like that, I will share.
I knew that huge tower was a huge waste of resources.
Jedediah, most of these titles would require vastly more experienced scholars even than you, and you are a very smart person by most standards. There are a few titles you were able to decipher. Most suggest they are best left alone. Cult of the Bloody Heart. Another book, Spawn of the Ages. And the worst one is The Rebirth of the Old Ones. You know, any of these books would be worth a great deal of money to the right people. But shopping them around would also attract the wrong kind of books.
I leave them.
Alrighty, y'all. Are we just hoping that the skeletons are just going to go back into their room, or what are we thinking we're doing here?
Yeah, I hope we could just. They'll go back to their room. We can keep adventuring. It'll be a great time.
Be fun. It'll be fun.
I put my ear to the door. Do I hear, like, although, yeah, do I hear any rattle clackings? Spooky,
Make a
scary
perception
skeletons?
check.
Perception, there you are. 14.
Oh,
You hear a door close in the distance.
I creak mine open.
It opens. You glance down the hallway. The hallway appears to be empty.
Alright. Wonderful. How about we make our way out of this fucking hellscape? And before we go, y'all just want to burn this whole room?
Not while we're inside. you want to be breathing smoke until you go unconscious in here?
You're
Orders?
100% correct there, Zerka. My apologies. How about we exit this room and then light it on fire?
As you did mention before, pillage before you burn.
Yeah, but playing pillage in this one.
Burn, burn, burn.
You want to burn it on the way out? That's fine. But let's try
What
to
are you
get
going to
our
use to burn it?
I've got lighter fluid.
You've got an oil vial.
I do.
have
It's part
two.
of my. I've got two
You also have
flasks.
the
of
lantern that's hanging by a chain.
Yep. So yeah, we'll catch it on our way out.
All right, so you douse some of the shelves as best you can with a light little sprinkle of oil here and there to help it get going. And then you carefully set fire to something that doesn't look like it'll like make your hand wither.
Before he does that, I'm gonna grab those documents that show the tower.
Okay.
Stuff those into my pack.
Okay. And then you set fire to various shelves and the desk itself. The fire is small but growing. Smoke is immediately starting to fill the room. You close the door.
Yes.
Okay, you close the door.
Smoke. Fire can't go through doors.
Well, I mean,
Make it quick.
Mm-hmm. And whatever's on the other side of that door with the other skeletons, you don't know. But they did notice very clearly there were a lot of chests in there.
Mm-hmm.
At least 3 to 5.
Yep, plenty of loot. Also, a lot of ghosts.
Keep moving.
Yep.
Okay.
You're hard to find Woodlap and Delicious. We haven't done that yet.
You glance down the rest of the hallway, and there is a set of double doors at the end of this hallway.
Hopefully
Alright.
that's it.
I'll pat these doors down and see if they're holding anything.
Okay.
Clearly not holding anything.
Nope. Doors don't appear to be. Hold on a second here. A pair of double doors are not locked. Not trapped, apparently, either, according to your
Alright.
roll.
Gonna go ahead and kick the one on the left in.
Okay. Let me get you set up here. Opening the doors, you are met with a blazing torchlight. As your eyes adjust to the brightness, you can see you have reached the heart of the temple, a long hall flanked with 6 pillars, some 40 feet long and 35 feet wide. Each pillar seems to have a giant snake coiled around it, and the motif continues on the frescoes on the walls. An altar of black basalt stands in the far end of the hall. A strange yellow symbol is inscribed on the wall behind it. There is a statue of a tentacled horror. It must be the unspeakable one itself.
So,
2 figures in dark robes lurk behind the far pillars, loaded crossbows at the ready. Behind the altar stands a small man wearing black robes with a full hood. As you enter the room, he throws back his hood, exposing the familiar horn-rimmed glasses. Milos smiles at your reaction and says, "You are the first outsiders to ever reach the Temple of the Unspeakable One. Your achievement deserves congratulations. It is also your doom."
so as the light hits him, Vizslas swaps his eye patch over to the other eye.
He had both eyes.
All right.
And the whole time.
And with that, roll initiative, everyone.
Let's get this mother.
Oh, while you were in the, I will give you this. While you were in that room, burning everything, that was not a short rest because all of you were going crazy in there and setting up everything all the time. So unfortunately, that does not count as a short rest.
Fair.
And you weren't in there.
I mean, I wonder why you'd bring it up.
Yeah. Because part of me really wants to give you one, but the other part of me realizes that's not going to happen. So, with that, the first person to go is going to be a cultist who's going to fire a crossbolt at you standing in that left-hand door right away. Does a 12 hit you, Weasel?
Nope.
All right. So the funnel of fire is safe. Jedalia, your move.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna catch up. Do I want to?
I leave.
It is a strong consideration.
The only door that's open right now is the left-hand door. The right-hand door now has a crossbolt sticking out of it from the other side. So you're good.
It's a fucking choke point for us to get all up in there. I want to hold my action, presumably until it clears out.
You can still move forward and stay in the clear, so at least you're further forward.
I'm not sure that's
You're
going to be
not
the
moving.
smartest play, honestly. I'm not sure how much closer I want to get.
Okay.
I'm holding-
Jedalia
I'm-
is now speaking from experience. Okay. I see how we've made you gun shy. That's
Yeah.
fair. All right. The other cultist takes another shot at Weasel, because he is in the funnel of fire still. Does a 15 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. And you take immediately 4 points of piercing damage as the crossbolt slams into you. Zerka, is your move.
I run. Oh, and just make it. The dash. And then swing my axe.
Dash is an action for you.
Oh crap! I'm sorry.
You're not a
I
rogue.
yeah, not a rogue this week. Well, in
So
that case,
moving up-
I make sure I stand in a convenient melee range so that Weasels can get his sneak attacks.
Just so we're clear, you could run to a pillar and at least have cover since you cannot attack right now.
All right.
Or you can stand there and be the person who's the only person standing there for 3 people to beat on.
Fair enough.
Your call. All right. Milos steps forward and is very, very angry. He's going to cast. Hold person. Oh, no. He's going to cast spiritual weapon. Which now should be showing on here. There it is. And it looks like a curved arced blade, which he then moves forward and to attack you.
Right.
So swinging that weapon. Here we go. Does a 16 hit you?
Nope.
You're a very lucky human being today.
No, I'm a very lucky dwarf today.
Or dwarf today. Okay. Weasels.
I am going to move up here and get myself just enough cover that he'll have trouble shooting me, and I will have no trouble shooting him.
Okay.
And I am apparently going to have some trouble shooting him. 9.
It strikes and shatters on the basalt altar behind him.
Okay.
Jedediah.
All right. I see everyone's skulking in, so I'm like, all right, let's get in there, y'all. And I'm gonna move 20 feet to the door. The right door is still closed, yeah?
It is.
All right, so I'm gonna move to the door, and I've just got 25 feet of movement, so I'm going to. How far am I from them? I'm 45 feet. I can make a shot. So I go to the door, like look at them, line up my shot. Oh, it'd be a disadvantage, but I mean I'll take the shot, because then I'm just gonna duck back behind it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I will take a shot at let's say number 1.
Okay, the right hand one.
Disadvantage. Yeah, the
right
right
hand
side.
focus.
Disadvantage. Oh, sick. 17.
17 hits.
Hell yeah. That's 4 piercing damage.
Yep.
And then
It hits,
Yep.
and you see it kind of shuck back, and it's reloading its crossbow as quick as it can.
Perfect. Yeah, I duck back behind the door, and I said, "All right, Jedgar, get in there."
Okay. Jedgar.
Muted.
Jedgar.
Edgar's muted.
Yes.
Jedgar is I don't even know. There is
Duck and weave behind the pillars.
yeah, dash is what, double speed?
It is. It's a double move. But it's an action in your case, unless you have it as a bonus action.
No. I'm just going in here, I guess, behind the second pillar.
Okay.
I will why not? We'll throw a hand axe.
What's the range of your hand axe throw?
It is 20 to 60.
That is over 20 feet, so it would be at disadvantage if you throw that.
Done and done. Let's do it.
Okay.
It's a 1. I toss it.
That is ping pong pong. It bounces off the column. It bounces off the stairs. It's now laying there in the middle of the floor.
No, that did nothing.
The one with the crossbow adjusts its position, realizing what's going on, and holds action. Jedediah.
Yes, seeing as the hallway.
Double D.
Double D, let's go. We're gonna scurry on up and poke my head around. Look at Jetty. Sure you don't want to be a ship?
You don't want to what?
Don't want to be a ship?
Oh,
Docks,
I mean,
ship.
shipping the harbor is safe and all, but that ain't what ships are made for. That's what Dad always said.
That's what Dad always said.
Wait,
Your call.
Both your dads said the same thing?
What?
How did either of you know what your dad said? I thought both of your dads abandoned you.
He's
Whoa.
a bard. He had lots of rhymes.
Both your dads told you rhymes?
No, I told Mom rhymes when he went out for milk. I mean, let's get in there.
Sounds good.
It's 40 gold.
for the goal. Then I'm going to go ahead and cast. We're gonna do frostbite if I can on anybody. Ooh, everyone's kind of hidden.
You can go for number 3 or at, with no problems.
All right, we'll do number 3 then.
All right, here we go. Let's see if number 3 can make this. And it is a 6.
Woo!
Got one
Awesome!
in.
Finally! I
Let's
feel
go!
encouraged by Jetty there. Let's go and do some damage.
Oh, and you see as that frost hits, and you see him go, ah, ah, ah.
And its next weapon attack has disadvantage until the end of its next turn.
Okay.
Nope, yep, that's it.
All right. And speaking of which, it is its next weapon attack, and it's poking out to shoot at Jedgar, who threw his axe at disadvantage. Here we go. That's a 22, and at disadvantage, it's a 20, dirty 20. So at that point, Jedgar, you take 5 points of piercing damage.
Oh!
As a crossbolt slams into you. Zerka, your move. You've posted up on that. You've got your hand axes in position.
I rush forward and I try to take a hack at Milos with my hand axe.
That's not Milos. That's a cultist.
Well, then I take a hack at the cultist with the hand axe.
Okay.
7.
misses.
6.
Attack 6. You completely miss, and it's
Weirdly, that one
dodging
hits.
you, but it looks odd because it's got frost all over its clothing.
So Dedalia hit, so I suppose I she took my luck.
At that point, this guy steps around and casts inflict wounds on you. All he's gonna do
What
is
a
touch. So he's gonna
straightforward
run up.
spell.
He is going to touch you. Melee spell attack. Here we go. So I have to do. Let's see if he gets it. 22 hits.
Yes.
Okay, at that point you take 12 points of necrotic damage.
I'm down.
Boom. You drop like a sack of potatoes. Weasels. Oh wait, bonus action. It swings its spiritual weapon over against 15 feet? Oh no. It tries to get close enough, but not quite to hit Jedgar.
Just look at it.
Weasels, your move.
I think I'm just gonna go with the tried and true shooting this guy around the corner. Number 3 is gonna take another shot.
Okay.
Peek out. Give him what for? 13.
Peek out to give a shot. You see your friend is now on the ground face down, and you see a person with black energy coming off of his hands draining your friend. Your 13 does hit the crossbowman who was aiming at you.
Alright. Well, he's gonna take 8 points of piercing damage from that shot.
You watch his skull cave in and drop like a sack of potatoes. A sack of mashed potatoes. All right. From here, Jedediah Gobstopper, what are you doing?
I am going to look at Double D. I'm like, all right, let's go. And I'm going to like serpentine back and forth, and I'm gonna go in behind this pillar here in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to. How far away is everybody? They are they're not within full range yet, so I'll take a. That was how many feet? That was 10. Can I make? I'll hide on the other side here with Viz and say, "Hey, things are kind of sucking pretty bad, huh?" And I pop around and I take a shot at Milos.
Okay. And this is with a hand crossbow?
This is with a hand crossbow.
What's the minimum range? Or the
30.
foot range? 30? How far are you? Oh, you're
I'm
within 30.
25.
Take your shot.
Yeah. Oh boy, 10's probably ain't gonna do it.
10 does not hit.
Okay. I'll as bonus action I say, Jedgar, that hammer there, that blade there looks awful menacing. How about you get around that, bud?
Jedgar, it's your turn to get around that,
Yeah.
bud.
Good thinking, Jenny. I'm gonna sidestep and run forward. There you go.
Are you
No.
running on top of your friend's body?
I mean, she's down. What's she gonna do?
Dwarf, she's small.
As I'm running, though, I'm ripping the crossbolt out and raging.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna take the mightiest of swings at this little Milos spider person.
Okay. Take your swing.
Not very
Body
mighty.
does not swing enough. Okay. That also now puts you in range of the guy who just reloaded his crossbow, who's now going to take a shot at you.
Take your shot, buddy.
And does an 11 hit?
It does not.
Your
Hey!
swing is so great that it takes you out of the range and it slams into the pillar to your left,
That's a close one.
shattering. You hear the shattering noise. Judelia, it's your move.
We're gonna go ahead and get in there, and oh goodness, we're gonna do some fun movements, I'm sure. Oh god, no, we can't do math. It's 24. So we're gonna hang out like right there.
Okay. Setting position.
Yep.
Do you have line of sight to this guy? You do not. Alright. Oops. Zerka, make a death save. Face down on the ground.
Oh, that's one.
Let's
There
go.
you go.
Okay. And Milos is now looking at Jedgar.
You look pretty good.
Die today. And he is gonna hit. What's this gonna do here? He's gonna try to hit you again. And if he does, he's reaching out to try to get into your axe range, but he misses. He doesn't quite get you because your axe is still swirling around back and forth. Weasels, your move. Jedediah, you're up next.
Looking and moving here, so I can get in range to see Milos.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's engaged, I'm gonna go ahead and use sharpshooter here.
All right. Taking your shot.
That 20,
My
buddy.
shot.
20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Not a 20.
Do you have advantage though?
17.
Closer to a 20.
Close, man. 17 hits.
17 hits.
All right. Or 17 damage.
Okay, that really hurting. Like he's bloodied already. Jedediah, your move.
I'm
Edgar,
gonna
you're
go
up
ahead.
next, if you survive.
I'm gonna run across to the other pillar over here.
Uh-huh.
And as I go, I say to Milos, I say, "Hey, y'all didn't need that big, that big storeroom full of books, right? Because we all had ourselves a little bonfire." And I just spam the back of the hand crossbow and shoot him.
Okay.
You
That'd
didn't
be
burn my
advan-
box.
Advantage, thanks.
Don't
to
say
my
it like
bad.
that. We sound like the bad guys.
Yeah, that's true. We got rid of the bad book. Oh, that doesn't help at all either. Okay.
16 hits.
We're gonna skip it. That's 3 plus a d6 for the sneaky sneaks. So that's 6 damage.
Okay. He's hurting.
Those books are of knowledge.
And I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to just kind of skirt around the back here.
Jedgar, you're up.
Yeah,
Dylan,
I
you're
missed
coming
the
up.
swing, and I think I'm just like, I'm gonna start from where I missed and just completely 180, just try to swing straight at him. As much momentum as I can gain.
Oh,
Complete whiff. He is dodging you, and he's trying to find a point where he can reach in and touch you. And you know if he touches you, whatever it was that took down Zerka, he's going to use on you. You can see his hands are already crackling with black necrotic energy.
I'm just trying to turn into a Beyblade right now.
Jed, just keep spinning. Just keep spinning, boy.
You did my master. At that point, the other cultist rears up and attempts to shoot you in the back with a natural 20.
Fire away.
Oh.
You're raging, so that's good.
And that would be 6 points of piercing damage.
What does resistance do? Half?
Hmm?
Is that reduced to 3 or was that reduced already?
I lost you. What was
That
it?
is reduced to 3.
All right.
All right. Azalea. Double D.
Let's go. We're going to go ahead and move up to hopefully get some line of sight, even though that spiritual weapon's chilling right there. We are going to go ahead and attack the cultist. I'm gonna do my last chromatic orb.
All right.
There it is.
44 hits.
Yeah, do.
Who are you
Okay.
trying to hit, the cultist or Milos?
I think all I had was the cultist line of sight, right? Or do
Okay.
I have line of sight on Milos?
I just need to know which one.
Yeah,
you want.
cultist. I assume that was the only one I had line of sight on.
Okay.
So this is 3d8. However, I have Elemental Adept as my feat, so that's going to be 6 damage total.
How do you want to do this?
Let's go.
Keeping the motif that my magic hasn't worked all evening, I don't even really want it to be the magic that did it. The diamond itself that I huck is a little extra cold and hits the temple just right. Boom, down on the ground.
So like the spell goes off even better than that. So like you throw this thing, and it delays, and then you see him like coming around to aim, and it goes punk, and you see him go punk, drop, and then the spell goes off right there. It's like, dang it, still worked. Zerka, make a death save.
Sorry.
Death saving throw. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2. That's 2 saves.
2 out of 3.
He steps over here and he shifts it over to here. First thing he does is use the spiritual weapon to try to hit you. Let's see here. Here we go. Does a dirty 20 hit you?
Yeah.
You take 1 point
Damage.
damage, which cannot be rounded down any further.
Reduced to 0? Yeah.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Well.
And then he attempts to cast the spell. Here we go. Does he hit with a 5? No, he does not. He has still got this crackling energy, and he is unable to get past your defenses. It is now Weasel's turn.
Fly to the left. Same plan.
Not defeat me. My masters
One-shot this
and
time.
my sacrifices to go through.
Does a 10 hit?
10 misses.
Okay.
Nice try,
Jedediah,
though.
You're up.
Good effort.
You're next if you survive. Jedediah.
I move up around this side and I say, I have my back to the thing, and then he says that BS about his masters and stuff, and I said, tell your master you failed, and I turn around and I shoot.
Okay.
So I'll go for the, come on. Hey, that's gonna definitely do it. Let's see if we
Check
can't
your
get that
advantage.
crit. All right, 22.
22 hits.
And then that is, hey, max damage, 8 plus the D6 for the
How do you want to do this?
Yeah, just like I, except it's a lot cooler than the way I said it. But I just like take a breath, take a beat, and I hear him like miss Jed, and I'm just like, "Tell your masters you failed, you son of a bitch!" And I, both hands on the crossbow, and I just shoot him right in the sternum.
Then he says some other things in a language you can't quite understand. At that point, the room grows quiet.
Run to Zerka.
His body, Milo slumps to the floor, his lifeblood pumping into the tiles of the blasphemous temple. He raises his head one last time, saying, "By the yellow sign. By the yellow sign."
I walk up and put my boot on his throat.
Rule. And then expires. As his eyes glaze over in death, a terrible transformation takes place. His skin and bones rearrange themselves in the most unnatural way. And soon his human visage is gone. Milos now lies revealed as a monstrous creature, a serpent man, with scaly skin and forked tongue. Only the ill-fitting glasses on his now Ophidian head give a hint of the thing's former identity. You can only wonder how he got away with his deception for so many years, and if there are others like him in the city above. And he didn't look that much different than the ones you fought earlier near the pit.
Yuck. I go over to Zerka and try to
Yuck.
help.
Okay. Do it.
It worked before. Come on, magic medicine.
Nah.
14?
14 is enough to get him stabilized. He's still unconscious.
She.
Sorry, Zerka. Zerka's down. I keep thinking Jedgar's down.
Jedgar's lucky.
Yeah, Jedgar's
Barbarians
very
don't
lucky.
go down.
Oh, at that point, make a perception check, everyone.
Done.
Well, at least Vizlos finally sees something.
He put his eye patch on the other eye. Of course he does.
Whistles, you're the one who hears it.
I think our friend is yelling
behind-
for help.
Behind
it.
the black basalt altar, you see Milos, secreted Lucius. Torture. He's barely conscious, but he's not dying.
Yeah, it seems all right. Let me go ahead and get them out of these bindings.
I mean, that sounds great. Jedgar, you mind giving me a hand here with Zerka?
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to again shake off the rage. Just come on.
Eventually, you guys take a long rest. Go ahead and level yourselves up. Don't worry. Just do it for the sake of doing it.
Does it mean I get to be conscious now?
You're all conscious.
It's very
Lucius even goes conscious and sighs with relief. Thank you so much. You have saved me from certain painful death. I am eternally grateful, and by eternal, you have no idea how eternal I mean. How did
I
you
mean,
find
50
me?
gold each.
I was gonna say.
Was he immortal or something?
Oh, how did you find me?
Your pal up at the temple sent us after you.
Which pal?
Eagle?
Is he okay?
Yeah, it seems fine last time we saw him.
It was a while though. Who knows?
We should probably find him and make sure he's okay. If I was possessed by an otherworldly creature for years, and I returned, and then Milos sent me on an errand to this house where I didn't know why, and I was overpowered and dragged below, and he took me into rooms and told me about extraplanar entities, and told me they would he wouldn't name them, and he wouldn't tell me why they studied other worlds, but
Then the sinister serpent man tortured me. He asked me question after question about my memories of the other plane. It's like he believed that there was valuable knowledge in my head that he was trying to get out. When I couldn't tell him much, he just became frustrated. He told me repeatedly he was going to kill me. And he probably would have, if not for your intervention. They had just dragged me in here to put me on top of this altar. You got here just in time. As you leave, or go to leave, the skeletons do come out. You destroy them entirely. In the course of doing so, you go in, you successfully destroy them all, and in the course of that, you also find all those chests have ridiculous amounts of coins in them. This was their treasury. There was 9,200 silver pieces, 500 gold pieces, a potion of healing, a spear, a magical spear, a magical shield, 2 diamonds worth 100 gold pieces.
Is there also a
coin.
pony? Because I like my
There's-
mythical and usable loot to include a pony.
There's no ponies. None. I'm sorry. We're working on that, but not today. The serpent people just don't like ponies for some reason. I think they ain't trying to eat it. In addition to that, you are paid by Egil, so give yourselves each 40 gold for a job well done, I might add. And Egil is extremely pleased with all of you. Egil offers his services as both a healer, and Lucius offers his services as a scholar at any time that you need their services while you're in the city. Lucius does say to you, though, that my future is dubious at this point. He provided some of the answers I was looking for, actually. But I'd like to find out more. I'm uncertain whether I'll stay at the temple and leave Freeport to find out more about what the other being that possessed me was looking for. But I don't know how long again after 5 years of losing it, no peace of what happened during those 5 years. And now, you all know that there is something lurking amongst the people in Freeport. And that is where our story ends for now. Congratulations, guys. You did a great job. You got through everything, you found everything, and you did it in pretty quick time. I can't say again how awesome all of you are. Changing gears a little bit, thank you guys for watching us tonight. We really appreciate it. Your support really mattered, and we really loved hearing everybody in chat. You guys rocked. I would also like to say, I hope all of you had a great time here at GaryCon Live. Thank you to GaryCon for allowing us to do this wonderful activity. Thank you to Gary Gygax for creating D&D, and thank you to Luke Gygax for having such a wonderful activity that people both at the con and virtually can attend. With that, let's just do a quick some reminders of everything, and then we'll swap out and head on out to some other things for the night.
Well, I am here to tell you, don't forget to subscribe, that's the word, to the Games Tavern YouTube channel right now. Subscribing is free, and don't miss any of the action and access to all the shows and content. I can say I've been rewatching our show, WMD. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to go through and watch Dirty Deeds for like the first time, like really sit and watch it. So it's a great way to catch up on all the stuff that we've been doing over on the Games Tavern. Your likes and positive comments on the videos give us a boost and helps future Tavern Raiders find out about the shows.
Yeah, and also huge thank you to our friends at Green Ronin Publishing for sponsoring today's show. They make
amazing supplements and amazing adventure modules, including Death and Freeport, which we played. So definitely go check it out. They make it for D&D and other great game systems that you'll love. So big shout out to Green Ronin. Thank you.
And just to add to that a little bit, to interrupt a little bit, Death in Freeport is just but one of several adventures in the Freeport area, the downtown metro Freeport area. But you can also pick up all sorts of other adventures too that are in the same world. So Death in Freeport can be your entry into a whole bunch of other adventures that lead to a lot of
Fun doesn't have to stop.
It does not have to stop.
Yeah, if you liked our stuff here tonight, here at GaryCon, you can check us out over at the Games Tavern. We've got stuff going on all week. On Wednesdays, you can explore the world of Eberron with our show Dirty Deeds, and that's at 7 p.m. Eastern. The crew have camped out outside the dead gray mists, pending their adventure back into the Mournlands. A shadow of a figure has been seen approaching them from within the mists, and it's calling their names. And on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern, you can catch this crew, and we do a show called WMD, and it is wonderful. The party have exchanged stolen goods to a rival crime boss for some information to unlock the Waterclock Guild's crypts. But now they've used the information, and they must convince a secretive Waterclock Guild master to tell them what's on the other half. And what they will need in order to enter the Waterclock Guild crypts. And last but not least, on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, we have First Knights, that's our Star Wars game. Our young Jedis have a conversation with a man about a conspiracy, discovering where the corruption springs from. But before they go digging any deeper, they have to be prepared for their night trials and deal with the perditions of colonism.
So, on April 4th, the Fate of Shantofi Kickstarter will drop. This is the adventure in Luke Gygax's Okarim world. In this adventure, you are after Pelikos Red, the man who double-crossed you and stole your artifact. This will be Luke and Matt's final Kickstarter chapter for the Shantofi series, so you don't want to miss out on its launch. Be sure to visit ks.gaxwork, GAXXWORX.com to sign up for notifications and updates.
Well, again, I hope everybody had a great time attending GaryCon. And those individuals who are playing virtually, I hope you had a wonderful time playing virtually. Let's go around the table one more time. Just remind folks where they can find you on social media.
I'll start us off.
Okay.
Hi. I'm Alex. You can find me over on Twitter at Roll4Alex. You can also find me on Twitch. At some point, I'll get back to streaming on Twitch, but it's a Roll4Alex with a 3 instead of an E. You might see my name in chat. Just give it a little follow. It's a good time, I promise. What about you, Anna?
My name's Anna. You can find me under all social media at AmberAnna391. And obviously, you can find us all on Thursdays at WMD, Whiskey, Magic, and Destruction when we're a good gamer-esque.
I've been...
I was going to say Brandon, so go ahead.
Perfect. I'm Brandon. You can follow me on Twitter at BrandonMFB. That's D-O-N, the proper way to spell Brandon. And you can also catch me on the Games Tavern doing Dirty Deeds and WMD. And that goes to Mike.
I don't always have unibrow. Hi, I'm Mike. It's off.
What?
Oh my God!
it's
The
different.
reveal!
Recognize you.
Oh.
Who is this man?
I'm Mike. You can find me pretty much anywhere with Mike Rocker 68 here on Twitch, Twitter, around YouTube, everywhere. Or Thursdays at the Games Tavern with WMD. I stream. It's fun. Join me or not. Either way, I hope to see you again. And go ahead, Rob.
I'm Rob. I both play games, including WMD at the Games Tavern, and I also run our Star Wars game. You can find me on Twitter at IsRafeSafe, and that is the only social media I pay attention to. Sorry, guys.
And I'm GM Reed, just Reed. You can find me at Warrior Streak on all the socials, and I hope to see you at the Games Tavern on all the socials anytime after this week. So, well, thank you so much, guys. We'll see you when we see you next at the Games Tavern. Take care, everybody.